What if all of a sudden, right before Elon buys Twitter and all of that in like 2021, can you imagine if someone
Holy shit, dog. We
came
can
out
fucking
and started
play
propping up Tesla, telling everyone we need to rally and all buy EVs. We need to support the EV agenda. We need to all get electronic vehicles. All of us, it's the new MAGA hat. Go show the establishment.
I think it's retarded.
You go
that
show
they
the
can hear us
terrorists.
if
Like,
we mute them.
how do you think we all would have reacted to that? You know? You know what I'm? Because I think there are instances where he puts Israel first, not America. Trump took like over $200 million from AIPAC.
Quite a lot of damage. He keyed this side as well, which, as you can see, this side, it even looks like it affected about the tire. A lot more damage. This comes less than a week after.
You gotta be real pathetic.
Bitch, I asked you how your day was going.
Bitch, I didn't fucking hear your faggot question. What was your question?
How'd your day go, dog? Answer the question, you fucking cunt.
Oh god.
10 seconds to go.
What do you mean you slept like shit?
I was asleep late.
5 seconds to go.
Wanna get out of bed.
When do you fall asleep?
You found a bomb. Make your way to its location and defuse it.
Bro, like, in the morning? You stayed up all night? Holy fuck,
No, I didn't
dude.
stay up all night. I just didn't fall asleep.
Okay, so that's staying up, right?
I feel like that has.
Nice, you fucking idiot. Nice.
How about you?
Give me 1 sec.
I fucking heard him, dude, bro. Or I saw him.
You gotta be real pathetic.
Friendly, last operator standing.
Dealership in Kansas City. Gil believes her brand new Tesla was targeted because of the current political climate and perception of Tesla CEO Elon Musk.
Of course.
But it felt really disappointing that this is happening in such a great country, a great state. So for this to be happening in Kansas, of all places, is super shocking. She says her family has had discussions around if it's even safe to be driving a Tesla anymore. In part because of incidents like hers. If she could send a message to the man who keyed her car, it's this. You have put a very big crisis on me because physically I am in a wheelchair. I just hope that he definitely gets the correct punishment. I hope he pays all of the damages. It is well over $1,000, possibly over $10,000 of damage. I hope that the Wichita police continue to find him.
All friendlies have been eliminated.
Contacted the Wichita Police Department almost immediately and says they're still waiting for answers.
Yo, that's sick.
From who? Pam Bondi? I'm sorry, dude. I'm so sick of Pam Bondi right now. It's just. America's top cop, the Attorney General of the United States. The head honcho, the boss girl with the pants. Well, now the physically disabled Tesla owners are being targeted now.
Need to use your drone to locate a bomb.
Now the physically disabled are being targeted.
Holy
You gotta be, dude. You gotta be a real pathetic little person. You really do. You gotta be a pathetic, weak, beta little person. to bully somebody in a wheelchair, dude. That's crazy. Straight up. That is total beta energy. That is total beta energy. Wow, you're so tough, dude. You're so tough. You're bullying a woman in a wheelchair. You are so tough, bro.
5
Wow.
seconds before insertion.
Wow. You are so tough.
Your mission is to locate and defuse a bomb. You have dropped the diffuser. The diffuser is secured.
Fucking just hit the motherfucker's head and he's still alive.
You located a bomb. You must recover the diffuser. Down to 1 friendly. All friendlies have been eliminated.
Tough. And I think, is this the same video? No, this is different. This is different. Or is that the same guy? Does she have him on camera? Because it showed it in the video, right?
Does not.
This guy right here. Is that the same dude? Yeah, that's her car.
We need to
Look.
locate a bomb.
See the red car in the reflection? Look at this guy. Look at this. Look at this guy. Look at this homosexual. Look at this. Look at this fat homo. Look at this
Advise
fat
your drone
queer.
has
Look at
located
this,
a bomb.
dude. Look at this fat queer with his pedophile Disney pajamas. Look at that. Lilo and Stitch pajamas. What a homo, dude. Wow, tough guy, dude. Tough guy in your pedophile. Tough guy in your pedo Disney jammies walking around bullying women in wheelchairs.
10
Gay!
seconds before insertion.
Gay! Gay!
5 seconds to go.
Queer! Queer! Queer!
You've located a
Queer!
bomb. Make your way to its
Queer
location and
alert!
defuse
Queer
it.
alert! Queer alert! Queer! Wow! Look at his pedophile pajamas.
The diffuser is no longer in possession.
Man, that's fucking
Friendly
nasty.
last.
I fucking shot I shot a 1 armor in the chest and he didn't go down.
What a tough guy, dude. What a tough guy, dude. Look at his pedophile pajamas, his pedophile Disney pajamas. Look at that. Look at that, his Stitch. What kind of homo walks around in public with Stitch
Op
pajamas,
4
dude? What the
eliminated
hell?
all friendlies.
That's insane. In a purple shirt. Look at this guy. Look at this guy in sandals. Is he wearing sandals? Look at sandals like a ghetto black person. Straight up. Like a ghetto. You get these ghetto black people that are always wearing socks with sandals, like at dinner, you know? It's like, what are you doing, you know? This isn't your house. Put some damn shoes on. Ghetto, dude. It's so ghetto. I hate that, dude. I hate that so much. Oh my God, I hate that. Oh! Can't stand that, dude. It's like Walmart attire. You know what I mean? It's like, oh my God, like ghetto people of Walmart. To all my millennials out there. Remember that? Remember people of Walmart?
Protect the bombs.
Remember that?
Nice.
It's literal Walmart attire, dude. This guy's wearing sandals with socks and pedophile Disney Lilo and Stitch PJs. What a trashy queer, dude. What a trashy queer, dude. Oh my gosh, what a tough guy, dude. Imagine walking around bullying women, dude. Imagine walking around bullying women in wheelchairs in pedophile Disney
10 seconds
PJs.
left.
Keying their cars, bro. Holy crap.
Down to 5
This is
seconds.
next level, dude. This is next level. That is
Op 4
so
is located the
homosexual,
bomb.
dude.
Get
That
ready to
guy's that guy
engage.
has to be gay. Straight up.
Bullseye, got us a drone.
Cross a track direct.
One friendly remaining. Op 4, last operator standing. Mission failed. All friendlies have been neutralized.
That guy has to be gay. Is this I don't know if this is the same guy. It might be different or the same guy. I'm not sure. He looks like the same guy. I think he keeps doing this. I think he's a reoccurring offender. Oh my God. Look at this headline, dude. Man-child wearing Lilo and Stitch pajamas caught on camera keying a Tesla outside of an Olive Garden in Kansas, excuse me. This incident happened on March 20th. Let's see. Hold on. Oh my. He's wearing rigger clothing. He's wearing rigger clothing, dude. It's a wigger. It's a wigger, dude. Oh my God, it's a wigger. It's a wigger. What is that, Echo Unlimited? Is that, I haven't seen that since like 2006, dude. What the hell? Who wears that? Oh my gosh, dude. It's a wigger. It's a wigger, dude. Holy crap. It's a homosexual wigger. Who wears that? Oh my gosh. Who wears Echo Unlimited in 2025 with Lilo and Stitch pedophile Disney pajamas? Oh my gosh, bro. What? Look at this guy. Look at this guy, dude. This guy is a queer, dude. Look at this queer, dude. Oh my gosh, look at this fat queer. Look at this fat wigger, dude. Look at it's a wigger. Only wiggers wear unlimited Echo Unlimited. The mainstream. A lot of that is against their own people. I don't want to. I really do.
Big retailers don't want you to have this zoom lens, but there's nothing they can do to stop it. So there's this new, super powerful monocular, and it's got the zooming power of a military-grade sniper scope. It's already banned.
30 years later, how does Marissa Tomei still look this amazing?
So, do probiotics actually work?
Oh, probiotics are amazing.
And this intel started to break. And we clearly began to see, and I called it immediately. And I don't know if, other people, I don't listen to other shows.
Yeah,
but I called it immediately.
Nice, dude.
That what was going on clearly
Fucked up again, dog.
was some kind of deep state operation.
This fucking shit's gay, man.
And you could see it. You could see the fingerprints. It is clearly an attempt to set up Pete Hegseth. Clearly,
what happens is the game either forces you to join back the same game, or you get to play in.
An attempt to set up Tulsi Gabbard and everybody else involved. And now they have judges. It looks like the judge was locked and loaded. Some of the rogue deep state judges that have been already opposing Donald Trump and his agenda. Judge Boasberg, that has already been opposing Trump's agenda to deport violent criminals out of the country. And so the Signal Gate is clearly a deep state op. Okay? Signal Gate is clearly a deep state op. And I said this from the very beginning, right? I said this from the very beginning, that this is clearly an attempt to set up those within the Trump administration. And I'm going to reiterate that right here, right now.
Op 4 is reinforcing its location.
This is exactly what I was concerned about. This is exactly what I was sounding the alarm for the administration to clearly be ready and prepared for. And this is why I have been so aggressively pushing and speaking out against that retard Pam Bondi, who's on Fox News again, I think tonight. I don't know, tonight or today.
Make your way to its location and defuse it.
Did it say how many games they're suspended for?
I didn't check. Probably around like 10 or so.
The diffuser is no longer in your possession.
August cam, please.
Claymore deployed.
The diffuser has been secured.
Cam deployed. Flash out. Argus deployed.
One Op 4 remaining. Op 4
after
Four
it took it
neutralized.
back.
Mission successful.
On Fox News again. And now the deep state has moved before any of these people have been round up, charged, indicted, and now they got the Trump administration on defense, it appears to be. And we know that there have been some announcements. The White House
Friendly
press
drone deployed.
secretary
Op 4 is
has
reinforcing its
recently
location.
announced that there will be an investigation. Elon Musk will be assisting in the investigation to see how deep the rabbit hole goes. We're going to cover all of that tonight, all of these details pertaining to Signalgate. But this is
10
why I
seconds
told
to insertion.
people. And now you got Donald Trump out there
5 seconds
endorsing Lindsey Graham.
Proceed to bomb's location and defuse it.
Reload!
Drones up in
Target detected. Second floor. Target located.
Excuse me? Game is fucking god awful. Why does that fucking thing do so much damage?
Friendly, last operator standing.
I've never seen it fucking do that much damage. He one-shot headshotted me from like 20, 25 feet.
Engaged.
Seconds. Op 4 last operator standing.
For upcoming
10
elections.
seconds.
Have fun with that one. We know what unifies them.
5 seconds left.
We know that Lindsey Graham has an absolute daily,
User has been secured.
continual erection.
Time limit reached.
He has daily, continual erection orgasms to bomb Iran. Now, we know that Donald Trump took over $200 million from AIPAC. So Trump will be doing way too many favors on behalf of the state of Israel. And Israel wants a war with Iran. And so the two things unifying Donald J. Trump and somebody like Lindsey Graham is your favorite state of Israel. They want their war with the Iran. We gotta fight the Muslims. God's chosen people. Oy vey,
So when did you
the
wake
state
up?
of Israel.
Like at 7:30.
Never ends. And we get dragged into it. We get dragged into it. And And hey, but no, you can't. No, you cannot. Stop it. Stop it. You stop it right now. You stop it right now, Trump supporter. How dare you? How dare you express you disagree with Donald Trump? You're starting to kind of sound like Drew Hernandez now.
You ready for
Traitor.
hostile action?
You're divisive. Online. What? You disagree? You disagree?
One op 4 remaining. Friendly's victorious. Hostiles eliminated.
Alright, come on, take it. Thanks. Huh? More? Only if you bring a fork. But I probably won't have that many.
You disagree with Donald Trump?
Be ready to eliminate hostiles. Down to 10 seconds. 5 seconds and counting. Bomb located by Op 4.
Keep our position.
Swapping mags!
Oh my gosh, dude.
I love how I don't miss him. Shoot first, and he still.
Cover me! Reloading!
Op 4, last operator standing. Friendly's victorious. Hostiles eliminated.
Fuck.
Luckily here on Drew Hernandez Live, we have gotten way past that, right? Luckily here on Drew Hernandez Live, we've gotten way past that. So when we want to criticize Trump, we just do it. We just do it. You know, it's not a cult, right? But Trump has moved on that front, but we'll get to that as well. But I do want to start breaking down this intel with Signalgate. Now, from the beginning, a few days ago, I saw this immediately. And Pete Hegseth was on Fox News. He was appearing to deny that any of the so-called text messages or the signal messages even existed. That's kind of how it came off, right? And I didn't really buy it from the beginning. I don't trust the Atlantic reporter. I don't trust the Atlantic. I don't trust these people.
Like, it's saying reverse friendly fire is active for 12 matches, but it's not saying how many matches
that is exactly what it is,
until I can play ranked, or not ranked, fuck it.
Laura Loomer's recent reporting exposing Michael Waltz and his connections to the Wong couple. And their connections to the Obama administration. And now you got Senator Tom Cotton out there defending these two as if they're like fully MAGA. And these were my concerns heading into this next administration. Not quite too sure how far this is really going to go, but the Democrats are already unifying, launching lawsuits, weaponizing judges, and causing more of a further...
Dude, I swear, after I eat, it's fucking hard.
Be ready to engage, Op 4. Insertion. 5 seconds left. Op 4 has located a bomb. Get ready to engage.
Deploying it. Activating jammer.
Swapping mags!
One friendly remaining.
IQ's 1 HP.
Damn, dog.
Distraction and a delay. So the targets cannot do their jobs at full capacity. Now, we know these are nothing burgers. We know that this is not going to go anywhere. We know there's no classified information in the text messages, in the signal messages. We know that all of these things are not anything. However, they do need to be exposed for what I believe is the intent behind the deep state op being run on the Trump administration. Clearly, this has already turned into hearings.
Bomb located by Op 4.
All guns ready. Shoot it if you need it. Reloading!
Op 4, last operator standing.
Reloaded!
Oh, fuck, dude.
Reload.
Op 4 eliminated. Mission successful.
Lined up Tulsi Gabbard, Kash Patel. They've already lined them up in the questioning. How far this really goes and how long this really lasts, we'll see. But that's the intent. That's the goal. Okay. You had psychotic. We'll take a look at some of this footage. You had psychotic Democrats pressing and calling for Kash Patel to investigate the Trump administration, as if they had like a smoking gun and serious criminal activity. But this is why I've been telling people. If you don't go after them first, they come after you.
Friendly drone deployed. Op 4 is
And
reinforcing
obviously,
its
it's a
location.
nothing burger, and it's not anything to truly be concerned about. But it's just to simply waste time. It's to simply waste the target's time so that Pete Hegseth gets delayed for what he's been tasked and tapped to do. Same with Tulsi Gabbard and everybody else involved. Just create a
5 seconds
spin.
to insertion.
This is what the CIA does.
Proceed to bomb's location and defuse it.
And the bullets just don't work, I guess.
His aim is terrible.
Okay? This is what these people... of their psyops to create a scandal. And so all of that does is it keeps the target busy and preoccupied dealing with the scandal, going on defense, defending themselves on Fox News every other 5 minutes, and completely distracted from what they've been tasked to do. And that's exactly what I'm seeing.
All friendlies have been
What's happening, and I said this right when it happened the other night. This is probably what it is, you know. I told you guys, the chats are probably real. But there's probably nothing burgers. But the main concern is, how the hell are these people getting in these chats? And we're going to take a look at some of that evidence that you can clearly see in the Signal chats because they were released. They were released a couple days ago, either yesterday or the day before, and you can clearly see they are real. They are not fake. And Pete Hegseth shifted from attempting to claim that the entire thing was a hoax, kind of implying that it wasn't real. And I told you guys, I don't trust the Atlantic. However, this seems to be a pretty wild thing to make up. It's a pretty specific. And at first, the Atlantic reporter was called.
Make your way to its location and defuse it.
Reloading!
Death mark tracker.
Swapping mag. Reloading, cover me!
The diffuser is no longer in your
How
possession.
can you fucking hit me? All the three of the skills are done.
The diffuser is now secure.
Calling these war plans and so-called classified information in the Signal chats, and when he finally decided to release it, he switched it up and started calling them attack attacks. For obvious reasons. And if there really was so-called classified information, now you got potential criminal activity going on. Because if they're going to go after people like Snowden, okay, Julian Assange, if they're going to go after people, like in the past, there have been several people, whistleblowers, that have put out classified intel to expose Big Brother and the deep state and the surveillance state in the United States of America. Some of these people, even currently right now, Snowden is not in the United States. Okay? And so the federal government goes after targets that unmask them, but when it comes to their own, they get a pass, right? Now, obviously, we'll take a look at some of these chats. No classified information. Pete Hegseth has reiterated multiple times. The Trump White House has reiterated multiple times that there is no classified information, no classified intel, no so-called war plans. I think it's pretty clear to see that's exactly why Goldberg, Mr. Goldberg over at The Atlantic, in my opinion, backtracked on calling them war plans and changed headlines to attack plans. Now, I think that's all smoke and mirrors. I think that's all a distraction. I said this the other night, and I'm going to say it again. You're right, that's what it is. It's just crazy, man. I see a bunch of people on like right-wing X. It takes them like, sometimes it takes them like 48 hours to finally see what's going on here.
10 seconds.
And clearly that is what we have on our hands. And then you start to see that
5
these
seconds.
same rogue judges that are already very specific judges already opposing the Trump administration
Get ready to
sending Trump deportations. These same
Deploying razor wire.
Detonating.
Last stop standing. Friendly's victorious. Hostiles eliminated.
judges are literally tapped and tasked with these lawsuits going after Pete Hegseth and pretty much everybody involved in this Signal group chat. Okay? So, when I say Signalgate is not referring to a scandal that Pete Hegseth himself has found himself in. No, Signalgate is what the deep state is doing, right? Signalgate is what the deep state is doing. And from my perspective, my definition, that's how I saw it from the very beginning.
Man.
It's a clear psyop, and it's the ultimate intent. No one's going to get in trouble for anything. Nobody's going to resign. Okay, Pete Hegseth is not going anywhere. But Hegseth is clearly the target. Okay? And it's very similar. Like I said, you take a look at what happened right after the 2016 election. You had the deep state. You had the Obama operatives. You had these Democrat, psychotic, treasonous operatives that were spying on the Trump campaign. They took the October surprise. Hillary was supposed to come out and say that Trump is colluding with Russia to win the election, to just try to discredit Trump so that he couldn't win. But we all know how that ended. That turned into an impeachment hoax. Now,
friendly drone deployed.
Obviously,
Op 4 is reinforcing its location.
They don't want Trump in the White House. Obviously, they launched multiple impeachment hoaxes and would love to have President Trump removed, right? But the majority of these types of psyops are meant to simply distract and delay the target. President Trump,
Insertion in 5 seconds. Proceed to bomb the location and defuse it.
Fucking hell, man.
Okay, that's
dealt with multiple impeachment hoaxes that wasted a lot of time, a lot of money, and a lot of, quite literally, right? Quite literally wasting a lot of time, money, and efforts, right? And it's meant to exhaust you, it's meant to drain you, it's meant to distract you, and it's meant to delay you, and it does. So instead of the president doing everything in his power with a full open slate to make America great again, well, occupy his time with an
Vorrei I had a back and forth with women. Well, my husband woke me up and he wanted to have sexual intercourse, and I'm like, okay, well,
That
that's kind of a
monster.
normal thing.
That
I know,
monster.
like, how dare he be attracted to you?
Yeah.
Like, I don't understand what the problem is.
And he has needs?
And-
Wait, he has
Friendly
physical
drone
needs
deployed.
too?
Op 4
I
is
don't
Not
know.
only is he attracted to you, but he also has physical needs. This is why I can't.
Well,
What
and
kind of
it-
fucking monster? It's like they came out of the womb monsters, isn't it?
I almost feel like I'm going crazy because I'm like, what's the problem? Like, that's kind of good. And they're like, no. He is trying to take advantage of you in your sleep. And I'm
10
like,
seconds
please,
before insertion.
like, what? What are you talking
Yeah.
about? And
Well,
it
you
just
have to
is not.
understand that these laws, that additional laws came to pass from
Proceed to bomb
this all
location and
came
defuse
from I won't dive into like the old law text and this type of thing. But it used to be that men actually had to take care of their family.
Stepping into Gemini.
Shock drone.
Switching to ER. Gemini's done! Torch is on.
Families financially or they went to jail. However, there was also no consideration for what was called spousal SA. That was put under the categorization of assault. It was still a felony, and you still went to prison for about the same time you'd go to prison for SA now, but it was called spousal assault, not spousal SA. And of course, feminists really harp on this pretty hard, and they say, well, wait a second, so you could just, SA your wife whenever you wanted to? Well, no, that's not the case, right? You would go to jail for assault. You just wouldn't go to jail for that classification. Here's why, actually. It makes sense. Because of this context we're talking about right now, we have what's called implied consent. So the idea here is like, your husband's probably, and this, I'm sure that this is a controversial statement, even though probably everybody listening to this has happened to. Your husband probably has rolled over in the middle of the night and grabbed himself a handful. And the thing is, right? I know this. I know he's a fucking monster. I get it. Okay, don't stone me to death, everybody. I know he's a monster. He did that while she was unconscious in an unconscious state. Well, because sex itself is not so easy to classify when it comes to the ideas of even consent. It's not so easy. Like if you're drunk and a woman's drunk, are you both consenting, or are you SAing each other? Some people would actually say you're SAing each other. In another instance, it could be this idea of like your wife wakes you up with a BJ, right, or something like that. She's SAing you at that point.
Ready to eliminate hostiles.
Even though that really makes.
Evil eye on watching.
10 seconds left. Down to 5 seconds.
Evil eye deployed.
Op 4 has located a bomb.
Using shield.
My evil eye.
Good place to echo. Couches.
Giving them a shot.
Nice. Oh. One's back here.
Op 4, last stop.
Nice. Bomb is there. See if I can find him. I think he's in the bedroom area. Yeah, he's over here. He's over there somewhere. I think he went into the bedroom. Yeah, he's in the bedroom.
Op 4 eliminated. Mission successful.
Now that spot isn't always good. It's just that most people don't go in the courtyard as attackers unless they're coming from the very top, which if you're on the other side you can't see the person on the usually where I sit if I'm vigil. Just wait there until they start to.
Makes no sense ultimately, and this is part of kind of normal, healthy human sexual dynamics. But it's through this broadening of the definitions that you can make yourself anytime you want retroactively a victim. So yeah, sure. At the time when your husband woke you up with sex, that was fine. You consented. But you can retroactively
I don't think I've played this map since.
actively go back when you're angry, 5 years after the fact, and then say, oh, well, no, that was actually SA. I just didn't know it was SA, you see. I didn't know. And so, and that's how insidious this is. And it really doesn't make any sense. And it doesn't speak to human sexual dynamics very well.
Yeah, I've actually had almost that exact conversation with women where, like I said, they gave consent, but it was, well, I didn't really want to. Okay, well, why did you give consent? Well, because I was scared. And I don't know if I'm just like a weird woman, but like if I don't want to, I don't want to, and I'm not giving consent. So I tried to explain, if you gave consent and you had sex, how is that man supposed to read your mind that you don't actually want it? And she's like, well, I laid there. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, but isn't it strange how if you flip the script, they suddenly don't believe you? You'd be like, well, I was scared that I had an obligation to try to have sex with her, even though I didn't feel like it, because I thought she would be angry with me. And they're like, oh, that's absurd. But he's just saying.
Make your way to its location and defuse it. The diffuser has been recovered.
Oh.
Drop the diffuser. You must recover the diffuser.
Oh.
The diffuser is now secured.
Oh, they left, so I can't even fucking say that it was an intentional team kill. That's a
the same thing in reverse, right? It's just saying the same thing in reverse, essentially.
Don't you know you can't rape a man?
Right.
Like it's different.
Right, exactly. And so
that's
this
what I'm
is,
being told.
Well, right, and well, there's actually one form of feminist thought which actually states that you can't do that. You can't actually essay a man. Even though I actually argue that men, by the definitions of today's standards for SA, are actually essayed quite a bit more right out in public, and just nobody cares. So, for instance, it's not uncommon to hear stories from these younger people when they're in college. The men will say, yeah, I was sitting on a couch minding my own business, and some, kind of like random chick came over and just started rubbing my shoulders. And nobody thought anything of it. They were just like, whatever, nobody cared, right? But what if the situation's reversed?
Op
A
4
random
last
woman
op
sitting there and a
standing.
guy comes over she doesn't know and starts rubbing her shoulders. Well, definitely that's going to get classified as SA, right? I mean, it's going to get classified as some sort of like or battery or something,
Op
some
4
sort of like
eliminated.
nefarious
Friendly
thing that's being done there. But for some reason, if it's flipped and a woman's doing it, it's fine. And that's absurd. It doesn't even make sense, right? It just doesn't
Well, and
make sense.
I've heard that too. I've actually had women say, "Well, you can't rape a man because he has an erection." I'm like, "Well, women get wet during rape, so is it not rape then too? Like,
Yeah,
are the two not connected?"
Yeah, SA,
Oh,
if you don't-
I'm so
bless
sorry.
you, brother.
So like
Sing it,
SA,
brother.
it's not the same thing. I don't understand quite how that works in the female brain, but apparently it's like a thing that they
Yeah,
do.
sometimes sitting on a couch minding my own business and some, kind of like random chick came over and just started rubbing my shoulders. And nobody thought anything of it. They were just like, whatever, nobody
Friendly
cared,
drone
right?
deployed. Op 4
But what
is
if the situation's
reinforcing
reversed? A random woman sitting there and a guy comes over she doesn't know and starts rubbing her shoulders. Well, definitely that's going to get classified as SA, right? I mean, it's going to get classified as some sort of like or battery or something, some sort of like nefarious thing that's being done there. But
10
for some
seconds
reason,
to go.
if it's flipped and a woman's doing it, it's fine. And that's absurd. It doesn't
5
even make
seconds
sense,
to go.
right? It just doesn't
Well,
make
and
sense.
I've heard that too. I've actually had women say, "Well, you can't rape a man because he has an erection." I'm like, "Well, women get."
I just broke one of y'all drones. My fault. Sat him down, don't worry. He had a crazy ass head peak angle in bushes. I couldn't see him.
Fucking hear him, but I can't. It's so fucking. He crouches. Not even.
Yo, Zero, bro, jump down. Stop being scared. Bro, get on that. Where's the scaredy cat?
Reloading.
On the first floor.
15 seconds left. 10 seconds left. Op 4 neutralized. Mission successful.
Look, bro.
Oh, the fuck is up with alibi? What the hell?
Be ready to engage Op 4.
목욕탕에 오신 것은 목욕탕은 1969년에
Always room for more.
10 seconds left.
Setting my +1.
5 seconds. Op 4 has located a bomb. Get ready to
Come
engage.
here for a second.
Reloading.
Tell me how real this looks. Do I look like a...
But the observatory section was only accessible in 1990.
Does it look like I'm
What?
like I'm...
Wait, who's this supposed to be?
Yeah, I think they're coming in, bro.
No, but like, the skin, is it modeled after somebody?
Yeah, they really joining. They're really trying to win.
Dude, shields? If you shoot a shield, they shouldn't be able to move.
Get wet during
Yeah,
break,
I
so
get what
is
you're
it
saying.
not
At least
break
stun them a
then
little.
too? Like,
Yeah,
are
SA,
the
if you
two
don't
not
have-
connected?
yeah, SA,
Oh,
if you don't
I'm so sorry. So like SA, it's not the same thing. I don't understand quite how that works in the female brain, but apparently it's like a thing that
Oh,
they
and
say.
sometimes women even have orgasms during brutal essays. I mean, that's not a popular thing to talk about for good reason. It's still a horrific thing, right? And it adds all sorts of horrid dynamics for the woman, unfortunately. It adds
One
horrible
friendly remaining.
dynamics to it.
Op 4 is
But the idea here is like,
disable their
if it's
diffuser.
just about arousal at that point, then you can make the case on both ends as well. Considering especially that
All
women,
friendlies were eliminated.
they're one of their
Mission
number
failure.
one reported fantasies, if not the number one. It's always in the top two of every specs that I see. Is forced sexual encounter. That's one of the largest fantasies for women. It's usually in the top two, depending on the source you're looking at. But it's like you can make a compelling case against this as well on the other end, and it's like, but both ends of that are absurd. Both ends of that are absurd.
One, I've actually had men say that a woman wanted them to kind of role play SA.
Ready to eliminate hostiles.
Flopping mag!
Quick throw.
10 seconds. 5 seconds to insertion. Located a bomb.
Just going to drone this.
Reloading.
Along with the exotic VIP bird room for distinguished guests.
Oh, fuck you, bro. I just shot him literally.
Nice.
That's so gay, bro. I downed a guy.
Op 4, last operator standing. Friendly victorious. Hostiles eliminated.
with them, and then like after they did it,
Alright,
when they
hold on.
role played
I gotta
that,
do
then all of a
something.
sudden
Just
it
give me one
turned
sec.
into real SA, and they were reporting that. I'm like, what are you talking about? They're like, yeah, this is a thing that actually happens. Like women want to role play this, and then a man finds themselves dealing with the law when it comes to this. And like, what?
Okay. Yeah, you can start. Done. Dog, you there? Dog? Yeah, I'm good. I said I'm good. Oh, wait, hold on.
What? This is a thing that happens? And I'm like, oh yeah. Like women have this
Try to do a
crazy
standard game.
fantasy, and I'm like, that's insane coming from a woman that's been through it. Like, why would a woman want to experience it? And they're like, this a lot more
Oh, fuck. Alright, well.
common than you think. And I never had any idea that a woman would
Reputation
actually
dishonorable.
fantasize
Well,
about
what do
that.
we
but
have to do now to get you in the trenches against the sewing circle Christians? Like, what do we got to do to get you mobilized against these evil, horrendous, awful, harpy sewing circle women who use the biblical
Damn, dude, they
idea
really made
to
this game
affirm
gay.
their endless
Well-
crusade against men.
Well, and you know what's really funny? I don't.
Oh yeah, and you know how I told you before that this game didn't give me my platinum charm?
Your what now?
My platinum charm? When I got the
Oh.
platinum, I never got it. There's no way.
Oh,
Apparently,
that's a fucking tragedy, dude.
apparently they can't give it to you unless it was last season's charm. Like, it's your game. You can do whatever the fuck you.
That's goddamn tragedy. I think it said like 8 more matches. Fucking insane.
Friendly drone deployed. Op 4 is reinforcing its location. Ten seconds. 5 seconds to insertion. You've located a bomb. Make your way to its location and defuse it.
What, did you shoot the camera out?
No. Where the hell am I getting shot from, dude?
Changing mags! In position.
Panel adherence underway.
Oh!
Panels is shut.
Get out!
Op 4 last stop standing.
There's a wall.
I'm gonna plant.
15 seconds remaining. Bomb diffusion initiated. Protect the diffuser.
Yeah, he's,
One friendly operator.
yeah, it's right there.
Dude, he's full health?
Ooh.
Fucking joke.
Damn.
The diffuser has been destroyed. Mission failed.
Yo, dog, you gotta get on with your one shots. Cause I can't fucking do it.
I don't really think you need to do anything
Yo, dog, what's
at
the
this
game plan,
point.
dude?
Well, he is an emerald one, so.
So you're just gonna fucking turn tail and run, dog? Where are your fucking balls, dude?
Friendly drone deployed. Op 4 is reinforcing its location.
In the basement. They're in the fucking basement.
Ten seconds to go. 5 seconds before insertion. Found a bomb. Make your way to its location and defuse it.
Wait, what? Fuck. Bro, he got that with that submachine gun? Holy shit.
Activating swarm.
Getting recharge.
Anyone in there?
The diffuser is no longer in your possession.
I love how I can kill the guy and I was the main when I first saw him. First run.
Thunder's next. Brace for it! Readying impact!
Panel deployed. Loading new mag.
They might all be outside actually.
Deployed gun.
Lesion's back.
If you need to, you know, shoot the fucking thing or whatever.
Lesion's like 70%. See, if I don't have 5 health, I fucking kill.
Fuck.
One friendly
Dead.
remaining. 4 last stop standing. 10 seconds.
Oh.
5 seconds. The diffuser has been secured.
Yo, dog, he's gonna fucking die.
You're out of time.
I know what I must do.
Because like I said, when I was going back and forth with women and they were saying, well, I was abused, and I'm like, okay, like explain. Because women were saying, well, what about, because I said, if we're going to discuss biblical divorce, like outside of like physical assault and all these kind of things and adultery, like I don't really see, I think we're doing a disservice to women by saying leave their spouse, right? Well, what about emotional abuse? And I'm like, okay, so define it, right? So as soon as they were trying.
How do you check if he's emerald or whatever?
A site.
Be ready to eliminate hostiles.
Oh.
My evil eye ready to kill some strangers.
10 seconds to insertion.
Evil eye deployed.
5 seconds left.
No time to wait.
Op 4 has located a bomb. Get ready to engage.
My beautiful evil eye is ready.
CCE ready for slow-mo.
Be nice. Pulse. Pink.
Heartbeat sensor activated.
Where is he?
Open the window, he's over here. I think he's probably gonna go away, because I'm covering it, so.
By stairs.
Yep, He's
1
somewhere
HP.
in the hallway.
5 ping, Bucks 1 HP.
The fuck was that?
Yellow stairs. I IQs to your left and right, Maestro.
Every time I shoot someone on one friendly today, they just go down, they don't die. I don't understand. Shot like 8 shots.
By those stairs, Clash.
It's over. It's over.
Holy fuck, this game is next. Yeah, that fucking career with the glasses. Shot 9 times.
Whoa. What is this? Homophobia.
Trying to define it, I'm like, oh, okay, so he reacted out of anger. Like, that's not necessarily abuse. Just because a man raises his voice, it's not abuse. So when I'm only saying that to say that I've actually been through abuse. So the physical stuff that I've been through, women are trying to equate it with a man said, no, you can't rack up our finances, right? Like, you can't take the credit card and go out and spend it on whatever you want. I think I'm kind of almost there because they were trying. Yeah, they were trying to compare what I've been through with a man being quote unquote mean by saying no. And at that point, I didn't kind of want to kind of go back and forth with that argument because having been through it, I don't like those arguments. I don't like, okay, so your husband was an actual sinner, right? And he did something you didn't like. Doing something you don't like is not abuse, right? So I'm kind of like right there.
Well, the other thing to think about there, I don't know if you've ever heard this. This is part of advanced feminist theory. It's the idea of what's called equalized trauma. You ever heard of that? That's where
no, I actually haven't.
Well, that's where that comes from. So the idea basically operates like this. You can't actually tell a person, right, based on the type of trauma that they've had,
that their trauma is not valid, right?
Well, no, it's worse than that. It's not even that it's not valid, but that the degree to which it affects them is not the same or on par with the degree that your much more horrible trauma affected you. Example, I use this example in an argument with a feminist. So if it were the case, for instance, that you, let's say, owned a...
Dude, I couldn't even see what the fuck happened there.
Oh, fuck that.
One op 4 remaining.
Shit.
Op 4 eliminated. Friendly mission successful.
A small, boutique of some kind, and a kid lifted a Snickers.
Yo, the
bar
beginning of that
and
round was fucking hilarious.
You were
Dude, that was
terrified when you
sick.
did it. Okay, you were just absolutely
Just
terrified.
explosions and fucking gunfire, man.
A guy comes in and essays a woman who's in that boutique. Which one of you suffered worse trauma? And the answer from these women is, well, you can't say for sure which one suffered worse trauma because it's internalized, it's individualized, so it could actually affect you worse that you had the candy bar stolen than the woman who gets essayed. Is it now? Why? Why would they say something that absurd, or something that's so intuitively stupid. Well, the reason that they say it is so that they can equalize trauma with women who are the actual victims.
You found a bomb. Make your way to its location and defuse it.
Lights on. Flash set. Lights set.
The fuck are they?
Operator standing.
There's an upstairs bomb, I think. Horrible shit.
Op 4 neutralized. Mission successful.
Submit. If we were to count
did you get a kill that round or
the
the
number
first
of women who are actually
The first
physically
round?
abusive relationships, it's a very small amount. Very small. So what they do is they use terms like psychological abuse, emotional abuse, and then say, because you can't really understand how that affected me, in the same way I can't understand the way that your physical abuse affected you, it could actually have affected me just as badly as yours did. That's why they do trauma equalization. That's what the whole kind of idea and theory behind that is so that they can equalize with you the fact that, like Steven Crowder, told his wife no once, and that she should have brought the fucking car home earlier. And that's on par with a guy, who you're married to, like coming home drunk and smacking you.
Yeah, I have actually unfortunately experienced that, where they were trying to say, well, I can't say that a woman that's experienced, like you said, psychological trauma, and I actually had there was a woman that gave me a list, right? Like the typical narcissistic list, like he stonewalls you, and he goes in.
Be ready for hostile action.
Damn, this hill is so much better than.
What is going on?
There's a guy right there.
Bomba Club. Oh, it's over, man. It's over.
Needle set.
One friendly operator remaining. All friendlies were eliminated. Mission failure.
Yoink.
into the silent treatment to punish you. And I was like, well, that's attributing motives, right? Like you're saying he's doing this to punish you instead of saying like maybe he's had a really rough time at work and he's trying to deal with it. So he's being quiet so he doesn't give you the emotional kind of baggage that he's experienced. Well, no. That's abuse. And I'm like,
well, let's say
and
he did it, but let's just.
Wish I could chat meet someone mid-round, but this game is fucking gay shit.
Camera radio active.
Stay together. Come on.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds and counting. Bomb located by Op
It's kind
4.
of the point of his character. So, smashes into it.
Guys, ready to knock up.
Location has been compromised.
Oh my god, and there's a fucking racer away. Planet.
Mission critical. Bomb user activated. Diffuse located. Disable it. Friendly. Last operator standing.
Flip the script for a second and say that he did
Okay.
it specifically for the purposes of punishing you. That still wouldn't make him a narcissist. The idea of what a narcissist is completely lost in modernity because all of these women go and take Psych 101 and they're all armchair psychologists and they all want to psychoanalyze every fucking person they come into contact with and ascribe motivations as a form of manipulation tactic. So, narcissist is the most common thrown around. So I used to run experiments on whatever, for instance, where I would ask, raise your hand if you've ever dated a narcissist. Guess what happened? Every one of the women would raise their hands. And then I would ask a follow-up question. Now raise your hand if the person who was a narcissist who you were dating was diagnosed as a narcissist. None of the hands went up. So essentially, they're just self-diagnosing. They say based on these signs or signatures, which can be loosely, it's like astrology for women, essentially, right? Even though astrology itself is kind of for
like
women too,
don't
but
wanna
they're the
pick
ones that
anyone.
follow all that shit too. But that's basically what it is. It's astrology. You can broaden it up enough where people's behavior at different times, right, which can even appear to be narcissistic at times, does not mean that they're narcissistic at all. Or it could just be several isolated incidences based on, like you were talking about external circumstances which were going on. Or it could be based around the fact that this is part of the way they behave, but they don't have any narcissism at all. But these are all diagnosed by people who have no...
Proceed to bomb's location and defuse it.
Enemy spotted. Second floor. Flash set.
Dude, like, can we get inside This map is so stupid. And we're gonna have to do the swingaroo.
It's literally just us three left. Fucking echo, dude.
Op 4 eliminated. Friendly mission successful.
No training in this field whatsoever, and definitely have no expertise to be telling anybody that they're anything. You know what I mean? It would be like if I started walking through hospitals and telling people that they had gangrene. Oh, yeah, that's gangrene. Oh, that's gangrene. And they're like, well, did you go to, are you a doctor? No, I just, you know, it fits the signs of gangrene, right?
I read an article.
Yeah, I read an article, right? On Psychology Today, you know, I read it on WebMD. Now, all you have to do, really, though, to turn this around is just ask a woman a simple question. How many times have you gone on, speaking of web...
That bot is terrible. Oh, fuck.
Oh my god, what the fuck is taking so long, man?
WebMD, and self-diagnose yourself with some type of medical problem that you have and end up being wrong about it. Because here's the answer that I get to that question. Basically, every single woman has done this, has gone online and diagnosed themselves medically with conditions that they don't fucking have. And they do it all the time. And then sometimes they even just forget about it. They're like, whatever the issue was goes away, and they're like, oh, I was wrong. I was just wrong about that, right?
Well, and you know what's really funny? Like I put out posts, and women really did not like it.
If that guy was on our team, he'd get kicked in the game.
And I said, every man is a narcissist, I think, when a woman wants a divorce. I think that's kind of what I said. Like every man turns into a narcissist when the woman wants to excuse a divorce. And like I would still say at the end of the day, my ex was very narcissistic, and I'm.
All right.
Op 4 has located a bomb.
Yeah, about this. No more thermite charges. They're gonna come up red stairs. One's in bar. He's next to jukebox.
Fucking moment I look away, he's right there, man. Hate this fucking game. This game's actual fucking garbage, man.
I'm hesitant to call him an actual narcissist. You know what I mean? So
Gosh,
I'm
at bottom red,
hesitant to
there's
use
two
that
people.
language.
Osa and someone else.
But I would explain to women why I came to that conclusion. I said there was physical abuse, there was all these kind of things, and then I was met with my
asshole. You know?
yeah, they were met with. I was met with. Well, he would give me the silent treatment, and I was like, well, what were you doing? And they're like, oh, you're blaming the victim. I was like, no, I'm trying to understand the situation. I said, because mine is entirely different than what you experienced. And I said, and I had to do a lot of self-reflection on myself, and I know women don't like that, but I needed
the other thing to think about here is that we blame victims for things all the time, and rightly so. For instance, if you see a sign that says, fresh concrete, don't step here, and then you step in it, and you sink, and you drown in the concrete and die, most people, I think, would be like, well, you are...
By the red rotate, Osa.
But you're also a fucking idiot, and so...
Damos is in CCTV by the door.
Being stupid has very painful consequences. I don't see why this suddenly
Damos
stops
is still on, Osa's on diffuser still.
Contact between men and women. It is also the case that when you're stupid, the consequences of that definitely hit very hard,
anyway.
and the consequences of it last.
Mission failed.
Often for a lifetime, right? Just like sinking in the cement, or walking where it says, hey, pianos fall in this area, right? And you walk through it anyway. Or here's a common one, high-low area, don't walk through. And you see someone walk through and a high-low hits them. It's like, look, being stupid is a very painful endeavor, but we seem to be very keen to blame victims all the time for their own victimization when it comes to the choices that they make leading to it. But for some reason, this isolated case, we can't do that. And that makes no sense to me either.
Well, right, and I did.
Can I say something on that real quick?
Yeah, really quick, if I can touch on this really quick, and then I'll let you go.
Yeah.
So we were talking about SA, and I made the mistake. I don't think it was a mistake, but I said that we got into this back and forth. Well, a woman should be able to go out naked and not be sexually assaulted. And of course, I agree with that, but ultimately I said it's a really stupid decision. And raising two daughters, I would say you need to dress appropriately. You should not go out after dark. That's like a trigger to these women. You should not go.
Activating camera. Camera feed up and running. Deploying nitrate.
Heartbeat sensor activated.
Yeah, he's right where you are.
One's upstairs in lodging.
Oh, he's gone upstairs.
spotted by hostiles. Fall back.
Yeah, he's on the roof.
My beauties are in place.
My bullets don't work. Stairs. Yeah, he's up. He's up.
Dude, he's not
Yoink!
even on my screen, bro.
Yoink!
What? Dude, on his screen, I was on his screen the whole time, but for me, he fucking peeked.
Go out after
Yeah, dude, what are you gonna
being
do
by
about it, huh?
yourself, you should be in a group, and they're like, oh, well, you're excusing SA. I'm like, what are you talking about? I was like, no, I'm raising 2 daughters. Like, I am going to tell them, do not go out when it's dark by yourself. Do not get drunk when you're by yourself.
That's
Do
just
not
been bar hollow.
dress in a way that's going to draw attention to yourself. And women got so mad at me, and I don't understand why. Is that not common? Do not go out when it's dark by yourself. Do not get drunk when you're by yourself. Do not dress in a way that's going to draw attention to yourself. And women got so mad at me, and I don't understand why. Is that not common sense?
No,
like,
it's
don't
because
bring
it's because
attention.
of pre-programming. But like, here's a good one that you can always utilize. That'll shut them down almost every single time if this comes up. Just ask a simple question. If you're walking alone at night and there was a group of men walking towards you, just to be on the side of caution, to err on the side of caution, would you cross the street where where there was lights and
gameplay
so that you felt safer? And what do you think they say? What do you think they usually say?
100%.
Yeah, they say 100% that they would. And then I just ask them a simple question. Now you know why it is that men don't hire women. And they get super upset. But it's the same. Isn't this the same exact context? The idea here is because they can put me in a compromising position, or I can be in some way walking into something I don't want to walk into, when I could just avoid the situation altogether. It's the same exact principle, right?
You've located a bomb. Make your way to its location and defuse it.
Twitch, can you get the denial?
I got 2 off already, and there's 1 more. They have 2 barrels here. Nope, they got my drone. What the fuck?
You must recover the diffuser.
I got you!
The diffuser is now secured.
Nice. One here in the corner. Nice!
Dude, I thought our teammate was there, bro. Dude, I swear a teammate was right there. I was like, is he not?
But damn, dude, this guy's using bumblebees and fucking
I
war.
brought that up. I was like, why are you going to a man's hotel room?
Ain't
by
that so
yourself?
practical,
That
dude?
doesn't justify SA. It's like I never said that it did. I'm just saying there are certain precautions you as a woman need to take to make sure you're not putting yourself in that position. Oh, well, you're blaming the victim. I was like, yeah, sis. Like, I'm totally saying that you're responsible for your SA. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying if you're raising
15 seconds remaining. 10 seconds. Protected at all costs.
Nice.
Op 4 eliminated.
daughters, you need to equip them with the ability to protect themselves in the world that which we live, not the world you want to exist. And to give an example before I let go, I had feminists say, well, instead of telling women what to do, maybe you should tell men not to SA. And I'm like, so if somebody wants to SA, you're not going to stop them, right? You need to make sure that you teach your daughters how to limit their exposure to SA. And all of a sudden, it turned into this whole thing where I'm excusing SA, and I'm doing all of these things. And listen, as a girl mom, I'm just trying to tell them, hey, don't go out and get drunk. Don't go out by yourself at night. Don't. I don't know. Actually, some of them were girl moms, and I was very concerned with them.
You've located a bomb. Make your way to its location and defuse it.
Somebody's drunk. Okay, never mind. Somebody's drunk.
Drywall work coming up.
Drone ready.
What? This game is fucking retarded, man. This game is absolutely fucking retarded.
Reloading.
Hot fucking no.
You have dropped the diffuser.
Oh, man. What the fuck?
Vigil's last seen at the pool table.
He's on two.
He's by bathroom hallway, by the neon stripper sign. Two ping. Vigil is near the strip breach, behind pool table. Back at bathroom hallway. Back in strip. There you go, live pings. You downed him, Nice.
Nice.
Op 4 eliminated.
What the fuck is a girl mom?
Just a mom that has girls. That's basically it.
Okay. Wait, I was like, what's a boy mom? Is a boy mom
But
like okay, got it.
I don't know, but they were essentially justifying, well, my daughter should be able to go out naked and not be SA'd. I was like, in a perfect world, that makes sense, but we don't.
There's no disagreement there, right? Like
we don't live in that world.
Yeah, I should be able to, eat Cheetos all day without gaining any weight, but
that'd be awesome.
Yeah, that's my claim, right? Like, it's pretty evil that Cheetos won't let me do that while I'm sitting there eating them. But the idea here is exactly the same. So you can actually grant all of those arguments, and they don't actually hurt your argument at all. You're right. You're absolutely right. I wish that there was a world where there was no such thing as SA, where there was no such thing as grape, where it never happened, and this wasn't a concern that we all had as a society had in some instances for the behavior between men and women, right? I wish we had that world, but you know what? We don't. And the thing is, because we don't, you have to make responsible decisions. Just like I also wish we lived in a society where cars were a little bit more automated so I could drink and drive. That would be fucking awesome. But we don't live in that world. And so I can't get drunk and get behind the wheel because it's irresponsible of me to do so, even though I would say that I'm the victim of the alcohol. I did not consent to getting into an accident. I only consented to the drinking portion, right? So the thing is like that's the same mentality over and over and over again that you see from these crazy femoids. But anyway, I digress. It was an interesting conversation. I appreciated having it, but I won't take up any more of your time. Hopefully, I see you tangling up with the lunatic feminists on the internet. That would be actually nice to see.
Well, and you know what? I make this promise to you, even if we disagree, because you were willing to come into the space.
Proceed to bomb's location and defuse it. You have dropped the diffuser.
Nice.
Reload!
Absolutely.
Deploying Claymore. Blast area! Clear!
Ratero primed. Claymore mindset. Let's cause some chaos. RCE set.
One op 4 remaining. Op 4
I
eliminated.
completely
Friendly
tried to
mission
troll this guy.
successful.
Oh, it's not gonna show the dude. That was a fucking hilarious kill cut. Like he's whiffing his shots and I'm not even shooting.
Hey, man. Did I fucking ask
I'm not going to block you.
for any of this
Even if we
bullshit
have
you're talking
disagreements,
about?
and I would love these spaces in the
shut
future,
your
because I do
goddamn
actually
mouth.
think you care about men.
There's no reason for us to have any disagreements. As you can clearly see, I'm always right about everything. And so because of that, you should just agree with me. Just like this conversion, 100% was due to me. And because of that,
Oh my God,
it is,
okay.
Yeah, it is.
Bro,
I mean, 100%,
relax.
100% due to me. 100% due to my influence. I'm taking all credit. And with
Absolutely.
that, I will see you guys.
Do it. Have a good night.
10 seconds.
Punish, go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say, based off what Andrew was saying, with regard.
Today, they really suffered gravely. They watched in anguish as
Hold on, it's no longer in my
stolen our jobs
possession.
far.
Round started. Bro, fucking get shit on. You have M88 in your name and you're getting shit on like that?
Nice, dude. Fucking proud of yourself, huh?
big fucking them.
One friendly operator remaining.
Oh, remember when I told you that I played against a champion player? That played
Yo.
with pros?
We have been eliminated.
Did I fucking chair? Fucking bitch. Look, bro.
Cheaters have ransacked our factories, and foreign scavengers have torn apart our once beautiful American dream. We had an American dream that you don't hear so much about. You did 4 years ago, and you are now, but you don't too often, and for many years and decades even, you didn't hear too much about. Our country and its taxpayers have been ripped off for more than 50 years, but it is not going to happen anymore. It's not going to happen. In a few moments, I will sign
Ready
it.
to eliminate hostiles.
Fucking place I thought it was.
I'm reloading.
All reinforced. Serious protection.
Ten seconds left. 5 seconds and counting.
Look at my evil eye.
Op 4 has
Nice.
Be ready for hostile action.
Fucking guy just walks through.
Fucking piece of shit.
Evil eye on watching.
Place device.
My evil eye is back.
Evaded.
You saw that?
Dude, that was amazing. Holy Dude, it looked hilarious for my fucking view. Holy shit. Yeah, this site is
Nice, dude.
horrible, dude. Yeah, you went up to it, stood still, threw it and got instant headshot. Holy shit.
Bro. You saw that?
That was amazing.
Well, welcome to an emergency late episode
We're gonna
of
come
Piers
back.
Morgan Uncensored. President.
Historic executive order instituting reciprocal tariffs on countries throughout the world. Reciprocal. That means they do it to us and we do it to them.
By the way, I got a hold of the flowchart, at least the one that was given out by the Trump administration, which showed how big the disparity in tariffs are versus the counter tariffs. China was something like 60 plus %, and the United States is slapping a 32% tariff back. It's not even equal with the amount that they tariff us. Big fan of you and your debates. Any tips for emotional regulation during the conflict? Smoke. That's my tip. They're going to get the little Family Guy dude. You know, the one who's like, smoke. Are you smoking yet? That's my tip, bro.
Very simple. Can't get any simpler than that.
10 seconds.
This is one of the most important.
Nope, they put a tariff on Israel, too.
Is there any patches?
Well, Israel didn't have a very high tariff against us to begin with.
Op 4 has located a bomb. Be ready for hostile action.
Reinforce? I don't think there's any.
But it's a good one. Watch here. That door.
Op 4, last stop standing.
Reloading.
Op 4 eliminated. Mission successful.
It looked in the chart like it was 19%, and then we tariffed them back 10%, which actually proportionally is much more than we're doing with a lot of nations. So just pointing that out. Neil McCoy, Andrew not brave enough to speak out against Israel. Oh, yeah? Well, here's the thing, Neil.
This is one of the most important.
Nope, they put a tariff on Israel, too. Israel didn't have a very high tariff against us to begin with. It looked in the chart like it was 19%, and then we tariffed them back 10%.
I'm not lying when I say
actually,
I've picked up
is much more than we're doing
an ant at least 5 times and thrown it across the room, and it always comes back to this spot. I don't understand what the fuck is going on.
Well, here's the thing, Neil. I'll tell you what. I'll drop the entire thing right now, and I'll have you come.
I wonder if they can carry 48 times. Like 48 times.
10 seconds before insertion.
Or back or something.
5 seconds to insertion.
Because I guess they're an exoskeleton.
Proceed to bomb's location and defuse it. The diffuser is no longer in your possession.
Reloading.
Some serious drywall work coming up.
Drone's up and running. Claymore deployed.
Oh, that was the worst aim I've ever had in my entire life. I deserve to die. I actually deserve like 7. Shit.
Yeah, dude. That fucking killed me.
One friendly operator remaining. Op 4 eliminated all friendlies.
Wait, did we win? Dog, you went on 3, dog.
You expect? What do you fucking expect?
Dude, how are we supposed to play standard if you don't get any... fucking pussy points? I was just gonna say, have we played a single game of this map?
This is the first time playing it
and
tonight.
you can turn your camera on, and you can say all the things you want to say about Israel. You want to do that real quick? Will that make you happy, Neil?
Big smile.
You can come on here and you can say whatever you want about Israel.
No, thank.
Say whatever it is that you want to say, as long as you turn your camera on. That sound good?
Remind me what that is again.
No, you're not gonna do that. Not gonna do that. But anyway.
The weapon when what's his name? Who's the guy in Braveheart again? Mel Gibson, when he's trolling the white supremacists from South Africa. He says big.
Be ready to engage Op 4. Down to 10 seconds. 5 seconds to insertion. Bomb located by Op 4.
Bitch, you shut up.
Shut your cunt. Shut.
Wall reinforcements are deployed!
Yeah, dude. No. Oh shit.
Changing mag!
Oh god.
Reloading! Cover me!
It'll sting a lot.
Wait, I didn't hit him in the head? What?
Anyway, yeah, it was, at least that's what they sent out, was it was 19% of the that they had a 19% on us, and then ours was 10% back, and then which was actually proportionally higher than it was with a lot of nations.
Days, in my opinion, in American history, it's our declaration of economic independence. For years, hardworking American citizens were forced to sit on the sidelines as other nations got rich and
these
powerful,
fucking PC
much of
players,
it at
man.
our expense. But now it's our turn to prosper, and in so doing, use trillions and trillions of dollars to reduce our taxes and pay down our national debt, and it'll all happen very quickly. With today's action, we are finally going to...
Yeah, at least the table that they sent out. Let me see. I think I took a screenshot of it. I can read
Be
the
ready
table
to
out.
eliminate hostiles.
Hang on a second. Take a look. Yep. Here's the reciprocal tariff sent out by Trump. Let me look at what it was for
10 seconds.
Israel. Oh, I'm sorry.
5
Got that
seconds
wrong.
and counting.
So it was 33.
Op 4 has located a bomb. Get ready to engage.
Device primed. Keep an eye on door.
Well, before I snapped to his head, but I'm still.
Percent to 17%.
Yo, dog, you made us die.
And then the Philippines 34% to 17%. So it seems like
Fuck is
it's
your
proportional,
fraud?
at least there.
Fraud.
Okay, so I was incorrect there. I got that table incorrect.
Yo, dog, you gotta build Hogwarts, dog.
10% to 10%. China.
This
they're
game is
saying
giving me a
67%
fucking headache.
To 34% reciprocal. European Union has
giving me a headache,
39% and to 20% reciprocal. So Vietnam, 90% tariffs. He put a proportional 46%. So it looks like he kept the proportions the same all the way across, including with Israel. So I don't even know I don't know how you can complain about that. They're proportional to all the nations, including Israel.
Be able to make America great again, greater than ever before. Jobs and factories will come roaring back into our country, and you see it happening already. We will supercharge our domestic industrial base. We will pry open foreign markets and break down foreign trade barriers. And ultimately, more production at home will mean stronger competition and lower prices for consumers. This will be indeed the golden age of America. It's coming back. We're going to come back very strongly. We're pleased to be joined on this momentous occasion by Vice President J.D. Vance. J.D.
You got a fucking problem, dog? We won, dog.
Yeah, if that was me, the guy would be fucking...
Shut your fucking mouth.
70 miles away.
Shut your fucking mouth.
LMGs?
Did he just say he loves Jews?
I got everybody muted, dog. I just gotta say, dog, I love all the Jewish people.
Op 4 is reinforcing its location.
Hopefully they'll help us win. Nice.
Insertion in 10 seconds. 5 seconds to insertion. You've located a bomb. Make your way to its location and defuse it.
Step aside.
Reloading. Surge incoming. I'm reloading.
Where'd everybody go? I'm dead, dude.
Surge incoming.
Down to one friendly.
Nice.
Someone exposed you.
Nice.
Thank you.
See, unlike many people, I don't see the doom and gloom from the idea of these tariffs. Tariffs have always traditionally been the way that we raised money for our nation. That's one. And if it's a good segue into us lowering the income tax,
Yo, dog, Hogwarts.
for the nation now.
Yeah.
You fucking hear me? Hey! Hogwarts!
After this game, bitch.
You must recover the diffuser. All friendlies have been eliminated.
Damn. Wait, what the fuck?
It seems like a wise idea to do something about how lopsided these deficits
I
are.
love how you...
What's so funny?
I love how you use the ride shield on Fuse and you don't even use Fuse.
Nice, dude.
You just use a slower version that has...
Friendly drone deployed. Op 4 is reinforcing its location.
You got a fucking problem with my playstyle, dude?
I said it's funny as fuck.
10 seconds. Insertion in 5 seconds. Proceed to bomb's location and defuse it. The diffuser is no longer in your possession.
Yeah, come save me, dude.
All friendlies have been eliminated.
And they are very
Shall we
lopsided.
lost?
So these reciprocal tariffs seem completely
How the
fair.
fuck could we
The
lose?
fact of the matter is, though, is they're like, well, wait a second, it's going to raise consumer goods. It's like, yeah, but we're getting ripped off. Like, you understand that you're still paying way more for the good because the United States is getting ripped off, sending goods elsewhere. They tax them at 90%. It's nuts.
Really? Okay. Thank you very much. Where are you, JD? No, that was a...
At the Crucible, not everything is 90%. Most are around 15% in regard to Vietnam. I'm just reading you what the Trump reciprocal tariff chart was that they released by country. So I obviously don't think that every single tariff on every single good is as high as 90%. So I don't know how they came up with the numbers. If it's some kind of average, like I'm not sure exactly how they came up with it. I haven't had time to look into it yet.
Too hard to find. I was looking, he likes to take a low-key attitude, so usually we sit right in front. He's gaining a lot of confidence, Mike, isn't it? And nearly my entire cabinet is here, as well as...
Fair or not, tariffs are disastrous for the economy? I don't think so. Not if you win the trade wars with the tariffs. Then it'll be the least disastrous thing we've ever done for our economy. It'll be the least. Imagine American businesses being able to export goods without these tariffs from these other nations, right? It's going to make a shitload more money. It's going to assist our tax base here. And it's going to incentivize companies to come back. It's not a disaster for the economy. There may be effects in the economy which are negative in the short term. I don't give a fuck, right? I'm convinced that people cannot seem to understand that there's always going to be turbulent times in a nation where there's going to have to be self-sacrifice for correction. We are in one of those times where there's going to be self-sacrifice for correction. But we do this every day in our normal lives, right? We put money away when we'd rather spend it, for instance, on frivolous shit like guns. We put money away so that down the road we can apply it. We take the pain now so that down the road we can get the fruits and the yields from us kind of, taking the small amount of pain now so that we can get the massive reward later. For some reason, though, here inside the United States, this idea is completely foreign.
Mind saying that again?
Like,
Like
if
gay-ass
there's
mic
in
cutting
any
out.
way, shape, or form, any sort of
Tell me if my
self-sacrifice that
stream
I
isn't
have
frozen.
to do in order to
it's
in
not.
order to make huge gains on behalf of the nation, I'm not going to do it. I think that's a really fucking stupid mindset to have ultimately.
Speaker Mike Johnson has done an amazing job.
Yo, since when did fucking Hogwarts have
And with the
fucking
great success
yellow
we had last
sand
night in
bricks,
Florida,
dog?
we have a majority of
Well,
7.
the mud bricks are too.
And 7's like a lot when we had it at 1.
Whoa,
right?
whoa, what are you
You've
trying
done
to
a
say? Too
fantastic
dark,
job,
bro.
and
Whoa.
Many of
What
the
is this
members
bullshit?
of the House and Senate are with us. Senators, congressmen, thank you all for being with us.
The problem is they're not cutting spending.
Fucking
Well,
racist,
I mean,
are
they're
you?
making an attempt at it, right? They're at least trying to make the
What are you
attempt
trying to say,
with
dude? You
auditing
trying to
for
say
Doge and these other
white
things,
bricks
but I
are
mean,
better than dark bricks, dog?
how do you cut spending when you have
Well,
Social
technically
Is that
Security?
what the fuck you're trying to say?
Like,
Huh?
how? What
It'd
are you
be
gonna
Asian,
cut?
right?
You know?
Fucking piece of shit.
Entitlements are just fucking a complete wallet drain. There's so little left
Don't
over
ever
after
fucking
entitlements.
say
to
that
begin with.
racist
It's
shit. In my
I don't know
presence again,
exactly
you hear me?
what you would do to begin the spending controls. You can obviously go after the military, right? But I don't know. I think that cutbacks in the military ultimately will be very bad for the U.S. dollar, it being the reserve currency because of our Navy, right? So there's some give and takes here. Brian says the Constitution gives the power of taxation.
What time do you think you're
solely
gonna go to
Congress,
bed?
The executive imposing taxes,
7:30.
blatant usurpation of this power, an act of treason. Treason is a high crime. The House must impeach, the Senate convict. Well, first of all, you're fucking stupid, Brian S.
Not good.
You're fucking stupid. Let's go over this so that you understand a couple things. If it were the case that we were following the Constitution, when it came to assessing taxes, you would never have an income tax because that would have been considered unconstitutional. Which is why they had to pass it via an amendment, right? Having something which was a non-proportion tax was, I mean, it's fucking absurd. You know what I mean? No way to avoid it. It's proportional to income. That would have made our founders roll over in their grave, right? The other thing is that I think that the president can actually legally impose tariffs. I think he has the power to do so. I think that Congress can levy taxes on the citizens of the United States, but I think he is within his power to do this. Now, could get challenged in the court, and I could end up being wrong. But, I mean, at this point, they play so fast and loose with the Constitution anyway. It's like, I don't know, who gives a shit at this point? You know, like, who follows it now anyway?
Appreciate it. For decades, the United States slashed our trade barriers on other countries, while those nations placed massive tariffs on our products and created outrageous non-monetary barriers to decimate our industries. And in many cases, the non-monetary barriers were worse than the monetary ones. They manipulated their currencies, subsidized their exports, stole our intellectual property, imposed exorbitant VAT taxes to disadvantage our products, adopted unfair rules and technical standards, and created...
Okay. So I just pulled it up just to make sure. Congress has long enacted laws authorizing the president to adjust tariff rates on goods in certain circumstances. So it does appear that that he can indeed adjust these tariffs. So just pointing that out.
Created filthy pollution havens. They were absolutely filthy, but they always came to us and they said, we're
Okay. So I just pulled it up just to make sure. Congress has long enacted laws authorizing...
Ouch.
The president to adjust tariff rates on goods in certain circumstances. So it does appear that that he can indeed adjust these.
What would you have for dinner, dog?
So, just pointing that out.
Created filthy pollution havens. They were absolutely filthy, but they always came to us and they said, we're violating. We should pay for it. It's all detailed in a very big report by the U.S. Trade Representative on Foreign Trade.
I guess lawmakers shouldn't have authorized that, huh?
Trade barriers. And I'll just hold it up for you. It's available. And you don't have to pay too much. As I understand it, you'll pay nothing. It's a lot of work for something, actually, because it's a special book. It's very, frankly, it's very upsetting when you read it, when you see what people have been doing to us for 30 years. This all happened with no response from the United States of America, none whatsoever. But those days are over. Let me offer just a few examples of the vicious attacks our workers have faced for so many years. The United States charges other countries only.
Are they ignoring or just don't understand the fact that tariffs are a form of economic warfare and the country is at threat at all times without tariffs? No. You have to understand that there's entire global establishments and NGOs which are completely funded by bribing Congress, by telling certain members of Congress, hey, we're going to fund your reelection campaign through super PACs and and things like this, basically dark money. And oftentimes these places have foreign bodies which, they benefit from all of the free trade, whereas we get screwed over by that free trade. So, for instance, let's say that you're a company in Vietnam, right? And let's say that the tariff, this is hypothetical, right? I don't know what the exact rate is, but just hypothetically speaking, let's say that the rate for the goods which are coming in that you're importing from the United States only have a 2% tax.
Do you still have my debit card somewhere? Okay, I'll need it for tomorrow. Yeah. Are you there?
Huh?
So you think I should do the whole castle, even the inside, with this brown?
First off, I think you should rename the stream, you piece of shit. Do it. I don't know, man. Do whatever you want. I don't give a fuck.
No, but I'm trying to get your opinion.
No, my opinion don't matter, dog. Why are you gonna use my opinion when you got, what'd you say, 1,000 screenshots?
Yeah, but like I told you, the yellow is too light, the brown is too
Nigger.
dark. What?
Did you fucking hear what I said, dog? I ain't giving you my fucking opinion.
Versus the ones
dog.
that you're exporting, right? Now those have like a
You understand me
30%
now?
tax or
Huh?
something, right? The cost of doing business in Vietnam.
That go
not
through your
very good.
fucking skull,
What if
huh?
you reverse that? So this is the same idea, right? The idea
That
here
looks
is,
purple to me.
hey, we're going to utilize these tariffs in order to balance the playing field so that we don't have these deficits where companies can move to these foreign areas and then take advantage of their tax system,
please
the
buy
tax
another
system of
mic.
the United States, which allows we allow ourselves to get ripped off by letting them tax our goods while we don't tax theirs at all. It's fucking stupid. That's actually stupid, by the way.
A 2.4 tariff on motorcycles. Meanwhile, Thailand and others are charging much higher prices, like 60%.
What do NGOs have to do with tariffs? Well, I'll tell you if you want me to. So there's tons of non-governmental organizations and think tanks which are actually funded by private industries, oftentimes from foreign money in private industry. And they definitely have a huge incentive to keep the tax rates coming on imported goods where those companies are extremely low so that they can maximize profits. And so if you want ideas of like NGOs that have done this for years, all you got to do is think about Big Tobacco. I mean, Big Tobacco was
Holy shit,
and Philip
man.
Morris.
You see how the walls are kind of yellow? Kind of darkish yellow?
Isn't that just the lighting?
But that looks kind of yellow.
Yeah, imagine how painful it is to ride a fucking broomstick, dude.
I'm pretty sure in the movies they have like I don't want to say pedals, but like foot guards. So you're kind of standing and like you're on all fours. I don't think you're putting your weight on. Well, at least most of the time.
Mm.
Yeah, 'cause, dude, as a fucking guy doing that shit, that's insane. See, like everything looks like that looks brown. Did you hear that?
Kind of. Yo, what if in the new Harry Potter movie, there's like an episode where Allah Akbar happens, and they're like, "Oh, we can't let in Muggles anymore. We gotta enforce our border policy." Gotta be like Poland, dog. No Muslims in this school. Yo, imagine you're trying to learn magic, and a bunch of fucking like Muslim kids in the school are like, "Nah, you can't, because it goes against Allah."
So you
or
have
whatever.
that kind of power,
What
and
would
you
you
can get some
do?
money in American politics. You can actually direct NGOs to come out with studies and all sorts of things, economic studies even, showing that there will be doom and gloom if you actually protect yourself from these various things. And they seem to work to various degrees. So if you think that NGOs have nothing to do with any of this, you're quite wrong. The non-governmental organizations, I would argue, have more power these days over government than the government has over itself.
India charges 70%, Vietnam charges 75%, and others are even higher than that. Likewise, until today, the United States has for decades charged a 2.5 tariff. Think of that, 2.5% on foreign-made automobiles. The European Union charges us more than 10% tariffs, and they have 20% VATs, much, much higher.
Like when you're
India
far away,
charges 70%, and perhaps worst of all are the non-monetary restrictions imposed by South Korea, Japan, and very many other nations. As a result of these colossal trade barriers, 81% of the cars in South Korea are made in South Korea. 94% of the cars in Japan are made in Japan. Toyota sells 1 million foreign-made automobiles into the United States, and General Motors sells almost none. Ford sells very little. None of our companies are allowed to go into other countries. And I say that, friend and foe. And
it's actually kind of wild when you think about it, too. Like, just take a bird's eye view for a second. If we were in a physical conflict or a physical war with other nations, and the kind of top-down messaging to the public was, look, this is a serious war, and we're going to need, through kind of patriotic propaganda and things like this, for there to be some self-sacrifice. You know, maybe there's going to be a bit less at the grocery store, right? Maybe there's going to be a bit more you pay in taxes as this conflict goes, right? But for the purposes of the conflict, there's going to be a bit of self-sacrifice, like every war we've ever had. But when it comes to economic warfare, so all of a sudden, like this idea that there might be some temporary pain so that we can get some great long-term results just goes right out the fucking window. Just goes right out the window.
In many cases, the friend is worse than the foe in terms of trade. But such horrendous imbalances have devastated our industrial base and put our national security at risk. I don't blame these other countries at all for this calamity. I blame former presidents and past leaders who weren't doing their job. They let it happen, and they let it happen to an extent that nobody can even believe. That's why, effective at midnight, we will impose a 25% tariff on all foreign-made automobiles. Thank you. Brian, I'd like to have you come up here for a second, okay? I just see him sitting. He's been a fan of ours, and he...
U.S. company gets tariffed in Japan, they have to raise the prices passed to consumer. JP companies are outselling the same product because it's cheaper to the consumer. JP gets richer, which they subsidize their company with. Makes sense. Totally makes sense.
He understands this. All foreign-made automobiles. Thank you. Brian, I'd like to have you come up here for a second, okay? I just see him sitting. He's been a fan of ours, and he...
U.S. company gets tariffed in Japan, they have to raise the prices passed to consumer. JP companies are outselling the same product because it's cheaper to the consumer. JP gets richer, which they subsidize their company with. Makes sense. Totally makes sense.
He understands this business a lot better than the economists, a lot better than anybody. Brian, say a few words, please, would you? Thank you.
God, dude.
Thank you, Mr. President. I grew up just north of Detroit, Michigan, in Macomb County, known as the home of the Reagan Democrats. My first vote for president was for...
Yeah, and Macomb County now is a fucking shithole, by the way. Just pointing that out. Macomb County, Michigan, fucking terrible shithole.
Ronald Reagan. I thought that was going to be the best president I ever saw in my lifetime until Donald J. Trump came along. I have watched my entire life, I have watched plant after plant after plant in Detroit and in Metro Detroit area close. There are now plants sitting idle. There are now plants that are underutilized. And Donald Trump's policies are going to bring product back into those underutilized plants. There's going to be new investment. There's going to be new plants built. And the UAW members, and I brought 20 of them with me. They're sitting right over here.
There's actually... I was about to make fun of this guy for wearing the stupid yellow vest. You know, I fucking hate the yellow vest. You know, I just hate the yellow vest. Yeah, it's every factory on planet Earth. If you walk outside for 5 seconds, you got to wear a fucking yellow safety vest, you know. Every time. Every fucking time. But anyway, in this case, though, because it is at a Trump speech, I'm not so sure that you want to stand out at a podium. You might not want to stand out at a podium with something really brightly colored that you can see from really far away. Just pointing that out. You know, like, some of these speeches, there have been things which have happened in the past, unfortunately, right? So I'm not sure that the yellow vest was the safest option, ultimately.
Support Donald Trump's policies on tariffs 100%. So, Mr. President, we can't thank you enough. And in 6 months or a year, we're going to begin to see the benefits. I can't wait to see what's happening 3 or 4 years down the road. Thank you, Mr. President.
What a great guy. He got it right from the beginning. He got it before almost anybody else. This group over there, they got it too. And... you know, we won the state of Michigan. We won almost all of them, but we won Michigan by a lot. And I want to just thank you all. The auto workers were fantastic. The Teamsters were fantastic. Everyone was pretty good, I will tell you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. You're going to be very happy very soon. And
this guy says in the chat, he's like, bro, work for Mossad. Well, let me give you a couple of arguments for why it wouldn't. One, I'm very expensive. And two, I'm told that particular group might be known for being cheap. Just saying. Not that you can't buy me. I just think you couldn't afford me. I just think you couldn't afford me.
You probably see what's happening with all of the, not only car companies, but car companies in particular. You see it with all of the ones they're moving, they're announcing day in, day out. You're seeing it. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. With today's actions, we're also standing up for our great farmers and ranchers who are brutalized by nations all over the world. Brutalized. Canada, by the way, imposes a 250 to 300% tariff on many of our dairy products. They do the first...
Yeah, fuck Canada. Would you say economic warfare helped bring down the USSR and can help bring down China over time if wanted? Tariffs level the field, but can be used as a form of warfare, correct? Just clarifying. Both are true, yeah. Both are true at the same time. The idea that Trump seems to have right now is just trying to balance out the deficits between these nations. Just the idea, like, if you're really actually going to, if we're going to be playing fair here, right, then if you're going to impose all these taxes on our goods, we're going to impose your taxes back. Now, what about the potential that he wins? Let's say, for instance, that these countries do end up dropping their tariffs because they lose isn't then the leftist argument going to collapse? Wouldn't they have to then say, then that necessarily means that all product prices are going to go down, right? So all he has to do is win some of these trade wars where they lower the tariff, and then necessarily the product prices go down, and the businesses necessarily make more money, right? Isn't that the case? So their own argument, which is, oh, the tariffs are going to make prices go up. It's like, okay, well, then that means that if other countries drop their tariffs, it's going to make goods and consumption for those people much lower, and our businesses can maximize profits. And also, for our use, our tariffs go back down, and then our goods go down as well. So it's like it's a double win, right? Isn't that the entire point, right? So the leftists are going to actually have to be beholden to their own argument here.
The first can of milk, they do the first little carton of milk at a very low price, but after that it gets bad, and then it gets up to 275, 300%. So when they're figuring what's Canada charging, they say, oh, about 2%, 3%. But take a look at what happens down the road. When you look a little bit, it's not a pretty picture, and we don't like it, and it's not fair. It's not fair to our farmers. It's not fair to our country. And with countries like Canada, you know, we subsidize a lot of countries. After that, it gets bad, and then it gets up to 275, 300%. So when they're figuring what's Canada charging, they say, oh, about 2%, 3%. But take a look at what happens down the road. When you look a little bit, it's not a pretty picture, and we don't like it, and it's not fair. It's not fair to our farmers. It's not fair to our country. And with countries like Canada, you know, we subsidize a lot of countries and keep them going and keep them in business. In the case of Mexico, it's $300 billion a year. In the case of Canada, it's close to $200 billion a year. And I say, why are we doing this? Why are we doing this? I mean, at what point do we say you got to work for yourselves, and you got to? This is why we have the big deficit.
What I think about Muslims in Texas, starting a community in Texas. Look, here in the United States, at least as long as that old pesky Second Amendment is around, I've never considered Muslims here to be much of a threat. To be perfectly honest with you, and the only reason they're such a threat in the UK is because the right to self-defense in the UK just doesn't exist. I mean, you can't have a damn pocket knife there. If you have a baseball bat in your car, you go to prison. You know what I mean? But here...
All right, I'll be back. I'm going to get a drink.
the art of self-defense is alive and well still. And I don't, they seem to behave here a lot more, don't they? Everybody in they make the communities, right? Well, they kind of stay the fuck in those communities, don't they? Kind of stay the fuck in those communities a little bit, don't they? Because, moving external and causing problems doesn't have the same, well, let's say, repercussion that it has here. Never will you see this play out better than when the BLM riots were going on. And I remember that he went to the wrong house one day, and a fat man with glasses who looked like Peter Griffin came out with his hag of a wife. But she was armed with a small revolver and him with an AR. And that crowd very quickly straightened their shit out. Very quickly. They just kind of passed right along, didn't they? And then, of course, there was also a gentleman named Kyle. He put the boom in the word boomstick, didn't he? And suddenly you saw a bit more chill out factor, didn't you? Like, oh, wait. Oh, shit. I also remember watching as those BLM rioters would move in. They tried several times to move into just outskirts suburbs. That was a big fucking mistake. That was a big fucking mistake. No sooner they get out there than they got run the fuck right back out and back into the major metropolitan areas where the police would then protect them while they burned and looted. Remember that these people had police protection while they were burning and looting. Corn is going straight into a cow's belly. It's not ever
job in many ways, but
stations. That, you want to do that?
Get upset that you're not taking care of them any longer, but we have to take care of our people.
How's Rosie?
Great Secretary of Commerce, Howard Lutnick. Thanks. So,
Andy M says, Andrew's a hack. Well, here's the thing, Andy M. That may be true, but I'm a really well-paid hack, and you're not even allowed in my fucking chat now. How does that make you feel, Andy M?
If you look,
you're just mad because all of your fucking leftist princes get fucking destroyed by me like it's nothing. They just get fucking destroyed, and I don't even have to try. I don't even have to fucking try, and I wreck them. I barely even have to do anything, and I fucking wreck these people.
Look at that. China, first row. China, 67%. That's tariffs charged to the USA, including currency manipulation and trade barriers. So 67%, I think you can, for the most part, see it. Those with good eyes, with bad eyes. We didn't want to bring, it's very windy out here. We didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, we came armed with a little smaller chart. So it's 67%, so we're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal.
The problem is he'll be blamed for the recession depression the world is headed into, which will not bottom until 8/25/2028. Economists widely criticized tariffs for deepening the global trade collapse and Great Depression. Yeah, but economists also widely criticized Trump's economic policies, which ended up with the highest. I mean, stock market was soaring, jobs were fucking everywhere. And by the way, as a continuation of those tax cuts, I believe that still kept have still kept people employed. Right now, that's fantastic for the purpose of negotiation if you have a skill. So no, and by the way, I'm not convinced that we're heading towards a recession, nor definitely not a depression. I know that we now have the private equity kind of scandal, which is coming up that everybody's talking about. I saw that on Rogan, that private equity is pulling out of various companies which are profitable because there's a bubble which is coming that's going to burst. But it doesn't seem like it's anywhere on par with what the housing bubble was or even the dot-com bubble. So I'm not so sure that we're going to have a legitimate recession nor depression. I'm not convinced of that.
Gold tariff of 34%. I think, in other words, they charge us, we charge them less. So how can anybody be upset? They will be because we never charged anybody anything. But now we're going to charge.
Fucking destroying the forest.
Very, very tough traders. You think of European Union, very friendly. They rip us off. It's so sad to see. It's so pathetic. 39%. We're going to charge them 20%. So we're charging them essentially half. Vietnam, great negotiators, great people. They like me, I like them. The problem is they charge us 90%. We're going to charge them 46% tariff. Taiwan, where they took all of our computer chips and semiconductors. We used to be the king, right? We were everything. We had all of it. Now we have almost none of it, except the biggest companies coming in. We're going to end up with almost 40%. Lee Zeldin's working to get their approvals.
Yes, Adrian, I remember.
And it's an amazing company. Mr. Wei, of one of the great companies of the world, actually. They're coming in from Taiwan, and they're going to build one of the biggest plants in the world, maybe the biggest for that. But 64%, we're going to charge them 32%. Japan, very, very tough, great people. And again, I don't believe right in that Oval Office, right over there, right behind the Resolute desk or whichever desk they chose. Japan, 46%. They would charge us 46% and much higher for certain items like cars, little items like cars. 46%, we're charging them 24%. India, very, very tough, very, very tough. The Prime Minister just left, and he's a great friend of mine, but I said, you're a friend of mine, but you're not treating us right. They charge us 52%. Yeah, but we charge them almost nothing for years and years and decades, and it was only 7 years ago when I came in, we started with China to charge them. We took in hundreds of millions of dollars from China in tariffs, and they understood, honestly. President Xi understood. He said, look, I understand, and the other countries, and they all understand. We're going to have to go through
Yeah, I just love this. The libs and... You guys fall for this stuff every single time. I don't know if you guys know this, like you fucking stupid liberals, right? But we were all alive when Trump was president the first time. We were all alive. All of us in this chat, we were alive then. And it was fucking great.
She understood. He said, look, I understand, and the other countries, and they all understand. We're going to have to go through
Yeah, I just love this. The libs in chat, always upset. You guys fall for this stuff every single time. I don't know if you guys know this, like you fucking stupid liberals, right? But we were all alive when Trump was president the first time. We were all alive. All of us in this chat, we were alive then. And it was fucking great. It was fucking awesome. What was gas, like fucking $2? It got down less. Less. $2 a gallon. Right? He lowered those. When he lowered the corporate tax rate, tons of people got bonuses, including me. Including me. I got a $7,000 bonus. $7,000 fucking dollars. It was plant wide. And it went off of your position. Even people who were hired in only 3 weeks prior, they got a little bit of a bonus. It wasn't much. It was a couple $100, but it was a couple $100 they weren't expecting. Like, we were fucking alive. And this attempt to kind of gaslight us into believing that, oh, when it was a continuation of the Obama policies, we were alive for his fucking policies too. We were alive for that too. And that was a shit show. And you couldn't fucking find a job in the Midwest. You couldn't get a job at a gas station in the Midwest without 15 fucking applicants. Because there weren't any. There weren't any fucking jobs. Rural America was not working. They were destitute. They were decimated. Suddenly, the fires of industry came back under this guy, and people were getting employed everywhere. There's dairy plants opening. There's plants opening all over the fucking place. Private equity was surging. Interest rates were at a huge low. He capped them off. We were fucking here. Like, did you not get that? Like, did you not understand that we were here? That we were alive under this? So when you like kind of attempt to tell us like, oh, you fell for this the first time, it's like, yeah, it was fucking great. It was great. Everybody was doing better under this guy. And that's all they fucking remembered when they went and voted against Kamala Harris, was that they weren't doing very good under your fucking guy. Which is why he was a one-term fucking president and fucking out. And this guy's a two-termer because nobody did very good under your fucking guy. I'm in the trucking industry. We've been down since 2019. Biden's idiocy ruined us. We have an average cost of $2.20 per mile. The average load on the freight boards at or below $2 a mile. The tariff system will fix it so fast. Really? Huh. You have to DM me that with the stats. That's interesting. I was jumping for joy in my college dorm room when he won in 2016. Loved every minute of that first term. Yeah, it was fucking great, dude. We were there. That's why. So when people were, these fucking liberals try to come in and talk their shit, you know what I mean? I can't believe you guys fall for this. I can't believe this. It's like, we were fucking there. When you motherfuckers were accusing this guy of fucking, you know, colluding with Russia and all kinds of crazy ass shit to try to fucking impeach him, right? We all got good jobs. We were getting good jobs and bonuses, okay? And the Midwest went back to work. And it was awesome. And the gas was cheap. And you could afford a home. You could get loans for homes, and they were affordable, and the interest was at an all-time low, and people were refinancing their houses. They're refinancing their house at a lower interest rate and then pulling equity out to buy really fucking cool shit that they had always wanted. It was a fucking awesome time to be alive. And your guy came in and fucking ruined it all. But Andrew, Orange Man has always been bad. Yeah, Orange Man always bad.
A little tough love, maybe, but they all understand. They're ripping us off, and they understood it. Prime Minister of Japan, Shinzo Abe. He was a fantastic man. He was unfortunately taken from us, assassination. But I went to him and I said, Shinzo, we have to do something. A trade is not fair. He said, I know that. And he was a great gentleman. He was a fantastic man, but he understood immediately what I was talking about. I said, Shinzo, we have to do something. He said, I know that. And we worked out a deal, and it would have been a much better deal, but frankly, there were many years left on the deal that was made previous to my getting there, but it was something. If you look at Switzerland, 61% to 31%, Indonesia, Malaysia, Cambodia. Oh, look at Cambodia, 97%. We're going to bring it down.
Yeah, in Idaho under Trump, we saw gas at $1.65, which I hadn't seen since 1998. So it was fucking wild, man. In fact, in Michigan, it would have been cheaper than it was, except for the amount of Michigan taxes that they put on the gas in order to pay for our roads, which they claimed when they brought the lottery in that was going to pay for the infrastructure and we wouldn't have to pay property taxes anymore. Well, that was a fucking lie. Boy, that was a fucking lie and a half.
Under 49, they made a fortune with the United States of America. United Kingdom, 10%, and we'll go 10%. So we'll do the same thing. South Africa, 60%, 30%, and they've got some bad things going on in South Africa.
First of all, when you're talking about Keynesian economics, it's not a progressive or non-progressive system. Just because progressives adopted it for various purposes that they had doesn't even mean that Keynesianism is a bad economic system. You know what I mean? It was heavily criticized mostly by the laissez-faire capitalists on the libertarian side, who think that the free market with no restraint whatsoever can just take care of all sorts of fucking problems and won't poison you in order to maximize profits. It turns out that wasn't fucking true. Turns out that's not true. They don't. So, no, first of all, it's not conservative. Conservative, the meaning of it is to have conservation of thing. What is the thing we're trying to conserve here? What is the thing we're trying to conserve here? Mostly it's culture. And it comes to economics, right? We're supposed to be putting America first at the expense of all other nations. We don't fucking care about them. We're putting our people group first. If that's an economic system which is viable for the purpose of doing that, that's fine. But Keynesian economics and supply and demand side is widely misunderstood anyway. 100% correct. I'm at Ohio. And these last 4 years have been hell. Before that, glorious. Yeah, it was fucking glorious, man. Hey, Andrew, hope you and Rachel are doing well. Yeah, we're doing okay. Just a lot of fucking yard cleanup.
Africa, we're paying them billions of dollars, and we cut the funding because a lot of bad things are happening in South Africa. The fake news ought to be looking at it. They don't want to report it. Brazil, 10%, 10%. Bangladesh is 74%. So you see what's going on. Pakistan, 58%.
Yeah, I remember that. That was the dumbest thing that guy's ever said when I was debating with Destiny, and I was like, well, economists look at the historic standard when they're making predictions for the future, and he's like, no, they don't. Not at all. An elementary school level economic model, they don't look into it. No economists don't look at history at all. I was like, what is this guy fucking talking about? That was maybe the dumbest fucking thing Destiny's ever said to me, and he said some fucking stupid shit to me before. He has said some stupid shit. By the way, I just want to point out that I did tell him that there was not going to be a roofing or flooring robot that was accessible to, to normal builders and construction workers a few years back when he predicted that there would be. And I just want to point out that I was also right about that.
Sri Lanka, 88%. So what we're doing is we're taking not the full, we could take the full 88%. Thanks a lot. He's doing a very good job. How's he doing, all right? I think you better take it with you. It's not going to last very long. He's going to put it, it's going to follow.
Can't be rent-free. That guy reviews my shit all the time, so I guess I'm living rent-free in his fucking head, too. Conservation is a wise use of resources. Yes, but also there has to be a conservation of values. Same in Ohio, gas was just slightly above $2 a gallon, down from over $4 during Obama. Yeah, I remember.
Follow you down with the wind. I brought a hat just in case it got too windy, but here, would anybody like a hat? I'm not giving it to a cabinet. I'm giving it to the auto workers. Come here. Thank you, fellas. Get it. That's it. That's it.
No, he's not worth my time, Power Within.
They deserve it more than our cabinet.
Wreck them and move on.
Our cabinet has plenty of hats.
Look, there's a sea of assholes to wreck, right? I can't just keep wrecking the same assholes over and over and over again. Right? It has to. There's always a new stream of fucking lunatics that need to get decimated. So I don't know why I would just stick with one. Andrew, if you don't have haters, you aren't popping, and you're popping. Now here's some ducats for your Canadian beaver revitalization efforts.
But you see the numbers. The numbers are so disproportionate. They're so unfair. At the same time, we will establish a minimum baseline.
Yo, dog, would you rather me play this, or
You could do whatever you want.
Tariff of 10%. You notice that on the chart? And that'll be on other countries to help rebuild our economy and to prevent cheating. So we're going to have a minimum of cheating, and we're going to be very severe on the people that at the gate that watch the tariffs and watch the product coming in, because there's been a lot of bad things happening at the gate because the money is so enormous that you're talking about. There's never been
our resources.
Probably anything like it in terms of the enormity. And there are a lot of bad things happen at the people that do the check-in, and they're looking at 10-year jail sentences if they do play. We're going to treat them so good, but if they cheat.
Yeah, that's pretty, okay, that's an L. I took an L on that one. That's true. This guy in chat's like, Andrew's going around wrecking assholes. All right. I'm going to take my big fat L on that one.
The
Fair
repercussions
enough.
are going to be extremely strong.
Fucking L for Andrew
Foreign
on that
nations
one.
will finally be asked to pay for the privilege of access to our market, the biggest market in the world. We're right now the biggest market in the world. We had a great country 4 years ago in terms of the economics. We were doubling up on China. We were doing so well. Nobody was going to catch us, but so much of it slipped away over the last 4 years under Biden. I campaigned on this policy throughout last year, and today that promise was made, and it was also a promise, as you know, that was kept. Promises made, promises kept.
Oh, never mind.
Well, there's no lie there. He did promise it. Fuck all these countries. It's America's time. Also, can you shout out, send go single dad of twins on dialysis, and our well went out. We need a new one, Doug. No. Nope, I don't. I don't promote people's GoFundMe, and I'm actually going to advise people not to give to the GoFundMe unless I know you personally, or you're a content creator or something like that. And it's not because I'm trying to be a jerk to you. It's because there's so many fucking people who are involved in scams on those things that I just literally don't trust sending money to them. Honestly, it's a scammer's haven, and I get approached probably 3-4 times a day by various people asking if I'll promote their various GoFundMes. And I used to look into it a little more until I realized how much scamming there was. Now I don't even bother. I just don't even bother. So I do appreciate the super chat, but the answer there is no. Sorry, the answer there is no. So anyway, Andrew, how did you like the Invincible season finale? It was dog shit. It took Brain Dead Joe 4 years to ruin this country. We've only had Trump for a few months. We need to look at the outcome of the tariffs over 5-10 years. Yeah, even in the short term, the 3 years that he's in office. Burrito beating Brian and asshole destroying Andrew. That's kind of funny.
To any company that objects to our common sense reciprocal tariffs, again, reciprocal, back and forth, and I call this kind reciprocal. This is not full reciprocal. This is kind reciprocal. But what we do is we cut it in half. We charge them. My answer is very simple. If they complain, if you want your tariff rate to be zero, then you build your product right here in America, because there is no tariff if you build your product in America.
Then you just have
and we've seen companies coming in like we've never seen before. Likewise to all of the foreign presidents, prime ministers, kings, queens, ambassadors, and everyone else who will soon be calling to ask for exemptions from these tariffs. I say, terminate your own tariffs, drop your barriers, don't manipulate your currencies. They manipulate their currencies like nobody can even believe, which is a bad, bad thing and very devastating to us. And start buying tens of billions of dollars of American goods. Tariffs give our country protection against those that would do us economic harm. And many people were looking to do us economic harm. Maybe not.
Let me read off some of these super chats here. Smacks Mr. E with a glove. Mr. E, I challenge you to a duel. You can challenge Mr. E to a duel, but he does have the power of the 24-hour ban. Muramasa says, that's why I want to be like you real men, say what needs to be said. Well, I'm just saying what's obvious, you know. I'm not trying to hurt anybody's feelings or, you know. Actually, I don't really give a shit, honestly. The truth is that most of them are fucking scams, and that's that. So I don't promote them. You can get mad about it all you want, but that is the case. There are GoFundMes I have promoted in the past because I knew the people. Like, for instance, that kid who was in a motorcycle accident on whatever. I knew that kid. I had talked with him. I met him multiple times in studio. I confirmed all of that was legitimate, that he was in a horrible accident. So I did promote the shit out of that GoFundMe. But you know what? I put my money where my mouth was, and I sent several thousands myself to it. So, you know, like, if it was a scam, I was going to get scammed too, right? So for the most part, I just don't do it. I don't think it's good policy for the Crucible to do. Liberals are losing their minds because of how Trump's team calculated the tariffs. You can't force people to buy your stuff, clowns. Yeah, you can. Not only can you, but there's lots of incentives you can put so that we do. No, we're not doing dono chats yet, Mr. E. I'll let you know when we are. Those who say robots will take over jobs like installing standing seam roofs, welding, etc., have soft heads and don't understand, never done any work in their trades. Machines help efficiency, not replacement for workers. Totally agree. There's not really worker bots. There's assistants with work bots. That's about it. What about this new cutting edge fucking $25 billion robot though? Yeah, what about it? What about it? All right, Mr. Enigmatic. I'm going to read off the dono chat. Please calculate this when you're ready. $10 comes in from CRS Scott. Welcome back, Andrew. Hoping your family are doing well. We're doing well. $50 from Ogle. Looking fucking good. Appreciate that. Very kind of Ogle. Ogle also sent in 100 memberships. It's very kind of him to do. $100 came in from P. Damien. He says, we all submit to authority every day. How dare you tell me to drive on the right side of the road? You trying to dominate me? Yeah, exactly. $5 from Cadrock says, can't afford any more donations. Need a Crucible coffee mug. I feel like you can do a donation and get the coffee mug. That's my preference, and my preferences are the highest form of morality. So basically, the most moral thing you can do is buy the Crucible coffee mug. $10 from Sons of Liberty says, the interesting idea is to keep the tariffs on, perhaps indefinitely. Use the tariffs as our primary source of Treasury deposits and then eliminate the income tax. All good things. Yeah, I've heard this kind of theory pushed quite a bit. It gives me some hope that the income tax abolishment is coming, but not much hope. But they only ate women. You know. No, you're not still timed out, bro.
Has it been a controversial company for the last 4 decades in terms of how they treat the consumer? No. There's never been any questions about Nintendo's consumer practices. No, not until Donald Trump became president. And now it's Donald Trump's fault. My goodness. It is wild. But it's been a hell of a day. The internet is pretty feisty today. And it's been fun. I mean, I'm obviously having fun with it. We're also getting these reports that, like, Elon Musk is getting ready to step away from Doge, and it's like, that was always part of the plan. You know, we had Caroline Levitt even address some of those rumors right here. So anyway, let me see how everybody's doing really quick. First of all, good to see all of you here on a Wednesday. Let's see. Stink Ass Cat for 50 says, God bless America. For 50, getting the party started the right way. That's what's going on. Hell yeah. Thank you. Supporting the 199 as always. McCock says you have to drop 50 gifties on ABF because you lost a Zelda bet.
Ross.
You got to remind me what that was. I remember making one, but I don't remember the specifics. But I will happily do it now if you got to remind me what bet I lost. I can't remember. Tara Crystal says, Nintendo's $80 games. Krista posted on her Twitter a sales paper from 1993 showing 2 games at $40. Adjusted for inflation, that's $89.50. Yeah, man, like, it's a weird scenario because I'm always going to be sympathetic to the customer over the corporation. I'm always going to be that way. But that doesn't mean that I can automatically just change my opinion because it's the popular opinion. I grew up in an era where games were $70 and $80 at times. The prices back then were crazy. And so an $80 game that I'm going to put hundreds of hours into doesn't seem like a ripoff to me. If I'm going to put hundreds of hours into this game, I don't think $80 is a ripoff. But people are pissed about it, and I stand with the people, always. I will always stand with the people over the corporation. You know what I mean? So, I don't know, it's strange, but Jason Platten for $100. Money for Mario Kart World or Jeremy Super Chat. I choose my favorite Fig. You give me consistent entertainment all year round. When TVs, movies, and sports go to hell, I can't wait until the woke industries controlling our favorite properties come to an end. Hell yes. Thank you, Jason. Honored and privileged that you find what I do entertaining. Thank you so much. And yeah, I mean, that's the whole name of the game, man. But yeah, I mean, I feel that, like, it's hard for me. Like, I feel like most of the time I can figure things out on the internet. I know how things go on the internet for the most part. I'm having trouble figuring out this anti-Nintendo sentiment right now because of the prices. Because I know that there are people that are genuinely pissed because I've seen it. I've looked at it. I do know that. But I also know that there are people that are trying to blame this on Trump. And I'm like, what are you talking about? I got people calling me out on Twitter because they're mad because I said that I personally am not bothered by it. But I understand that the people that are pissed off by it are justified, because I am always going to be on the side of the customer, never the corporation. And I will always say, if you're pissed off, let people know you're pissed off. Do not let up. Do not stop complaining, ever, because that's how you get things changed if you are pissed off. Always stand your ground, always. But it's weird. And then you've got the Elon Musk stuff is absolutely out of control right now on social media. I know that there was, like, for instance, I saw, like, some people, like, right here. Oh, my God, this is literally, look at this. Thanks, Trump. This is on my timeline. It's got 7,000 likes. So here's the prices for the Switch 2. I just opened Twitter to my For You tab, and that's the first thing I see. People blaming Trump. Trump has nothing to do with this. This has nothing to do with Trump. You have to be an idiot to believe that. And I don't think that they actually believe it. I think that they're doing it to create another anti-Trump narrative out there. That's it. Nintendo has always been like this. This is not anything breaking news. But because fucking weirdos that don't pay attention to anything, suddenly they can find another avenue to blame Trump for it. Yeah, they do. I know they think it's the terrorists because they're stupid. They're very stupid. Nintendo has always been a company that is arrogant. And sometimes they don't have their finger of the pulse of things. This is why the Wii U failed miserably. Because Nintendo, coming off the success of the Wii, was very arrogant. They might be repeating themselves right now. Their arrogance could get the best of them again, but it's not Donald Trump's fault. People are idiots, man. These people are absolutely retarded. I'm trying to see. Yeah, I mean, I was going to show you guys something else, and that's the first thing I saw when I opened Twitter. But right here, I was having... Yeah, so there's this conversation going on, because, you know, Bruce was like, today's gamers are laughable and clueless when they cry about modern game prices. I mean, these are Super Nintendo games back in the early to mid-90s. These are Super Nintendo games. And then Roberto Blake was like, don't try to argue with them. They'll call you a bootlicker or screech about how oppressed they are, blah, 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 blah. And then this guy says it's fake news, and he goes, dude, there were $70 and $80 games back then. And I just said it. I was like, can confirm. It took a miracle and a lot of chores to convince my parents to buy me a game back then. But apparently, it's Donald Trump's fault. Apparently, it's Donald Trump's fault. This is where we are, ladies and gentlemen. Fleet for a 99-cent, thank you. Let's see. What do you got? I caught the Switch 2 reveal earlier this morning with a Razorfish stream. I'm definitely going to get it, but I'll hold off because it's pretty expensive. Cheers. I totally understand, and I think everybody should, you know, make sure that if it's something you're going to put time into before you make that investment. Vault 95 says just caught up on your Switch 2 stream. Looks amazing. The actual presentation was phenomenal. It really was. Brockatron says YouTube banned my old account for some arbitrary reason and won't tell me what for or show me which video or stream caused it. This was a few months back. Is there anything I can try? I was even gaining subs just from streaming. You would have to send me the email that they sent you. Like, so I guess there's a lot of questions that would follow that. If you want to email me, jeremy@geeksgamers.com, you can. But if there's a lot, like, I would need to know, like, did you get an email with that? If you got the email, I would need to know what the email said. And they are vague about any of these things, by the way. But yes, there are ways that you can go about getting it back. It is a little difficult, but it's not impossible. Let me see here. Jim P says, Trump needs to get the GOP Congress back on track. It's feeling like 2017 again, 199 MAGA rules. Yeah, there's a lot going on right now. Because I've been so preoccupied with the entertainment side of things, I know there's a lot going on with, like, Anna Paulina Luna. I've seen her getting into a lot of controversy right now. I'm not sure what the specifics are around that one. I know she's been pretty loyal to Trump, and she's hot. Those are two really good characteristics to have. Loyal to Trump, and she's hot. So, I think those are two good qualities. But I got to see what the specifics are about it. But it seems like she's pissed off a lot of people, and I'm not really sure what the situation is. Darth Manic says Xbox is better than Nintendo Fight Me. I don't want to fight a retarded person. I really don't. So I would say just stop eating glue. That's the place I would have, stop eating glue. That would be your first step right there. But I don't want to fight a retarded person. Thank you, Darth. Devin Howard for a proper 199 says, here you go. Don't do anything gay with it. Hail all. Well, you know what that means, don't you? You know what a proper 199 means, don't you? A proper 199 means a celebration. A celebration of assets. A celebration of assets, which always needs to be celebrated.
I'm so happy you love the first drop in the collection of Frankie's bikinis. We have more dreamy pieces coming our way, so tap to sign up for early access so you can get more information.
Should I do it?
Do not come.
Trump remains pleased with Musk and Doge, but both men have decided in recent days that it will soon be time for Musk to return to his business and take a supporting role. Musk's looming exit comes as Trump administration insiders and many outside allies have become frustrated with his unpredictability and view the billionaire as a political liability, a dynamic that was thrown into stark relief Tuesday when the conservative judge Musk, vocally supported, lost his bid for the Wisconsin Supreme Court seat by 10 points. Now, Caroline Leavitt says this scoop is garbage. Elon Musk and President Trump have both publicly stated that Elon will depart from public service as a special government employee when his incredible work at Doge is complete. This is them trying to put a spin and a narrative on it because their goal is to tear Trump and Elon apart. That has always been their goal. I'm truly I asked you guys this one of my previous streams, but I think that the hate for Elon has eclipsed the hate for Trump back in 2016. Again, qualifier there is 2016, because the hate for Trump obviously in 2020 the beginning of 2024, 2023, and that is bigger than anything Elon's dealt with. But 2016 hate for Trump, which was the craziest thing we had seen at the time, I think the current Elon hate has eclipsed that. Your buddy for 20 on Rumble says, I remember paying $70 for Final Fantasy III back in the 90s. I think all the cartridges were that price when they were new. Only PS1 and CD-ROM games seemed to lower that standard. That's where I'm at. I mean, obviously, I can't remember specifically. I remember game prices being astronomical back in the day. And they varied from place to place, man. Back in the day, you didn't have the internet where everything was accessible. Different stores would run different sales. Other stores would run a price. You didn't have the luxury of knowing what every store in town was priced at that point in time. So the prices, they varied from store to store. 1,000%. And a lot of people I don't judge people on this because it's just a reality of the situation. If you are a younger person, you can't comprehend a world where the internet doesn't tell you everything. You just can't. But that's the world we lived in back in the 80s and the 90s. We didn't have all of this accessibility to knowing every single piece of information of every business everywhere. We walk into a store and we see, that Earthworm Jim is $75. We're not going to go, well, the store across town has it for $50. Or Amazon Prime has it for $49.99. We didn't have that ability back then. It's just a whole different world. Back in my day, that's right. Back in my day, that's just how it was. Taker says YouTube super chats are pretty anti-consumer. You get 250 characters for $50, but only 350 characters for $500. I remember when 350 went for $79.99. See, I respect that take. Wizardman says, I haven't heard this kind of hate on GTA's that's $100. You will probably. I will disagree with you on that, because if GTA 6 ends up being $100 as the initial price rollout, you're probably going to hear that type of hate. I think you might. Phantasm vs. Knox says, I'm definitely going to hold off, have the Legion go to play games on, and I got plenty of Steam games to get zoned out on. Till there's a game that I will get me hooked on the Switch 2, it's a no for me. I respect that. And the good thing is you guys are going to get plenty of entertainment from us at Geeks and Gamers by us playing Mario Kart. And you get that for free. Okay, you get it for free, so you don't have to worry about it. We're going to entertain you by us playing, and with 24 players, oh my God, I'm scared of the words I might say while I'm playing this game. Let's see. Hang on. What? The fuck are you talking about, Caleb? See, retards like you. Like, who brought up Israel? Who's brought this shit up? Haven't even talked about it. And yet here you are whining about it. You have Israel derangement syndrome, okay? Go watch Ian Carroll. He'll tell you all the anti-Israel shit you want to hear. Fucking retards, man. God, the last time I talked about Israel on this channel, I was talking about Ben Shapiro being in love with it, how he should move over there if he loves it so much. Let's see. Atari was $199 when it launched in 1977. And that's the equivalent of over $1,000 today. Yes, remember the Neo Geo? What was the Neo Geo when it came out? I mean, they didn't sell very many of them, to be fair. So, they didn't sell very many. But if you remember the Neo Geo, that thing was like $600, I feel like. It was crazy. It was insane. It absolutely was. Okay, so let's talk about Trump today. Trump had his tariffs, his announcement today. Now, one thing I saw is I don't think Canada and Mexico were in this announcement, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think Canada... we got the report that Canada essentially said, if you drop the tariffs, we're going to drop tariffs. Wow, it's almost like tariffs work, Canada. All that running of your mouth, Canada. And then Canada basically said, we'll drop the tariffs if you drop the tariffs. Like, oh, so they do work. Okay, thanks for the confirmation. But let's listen in really quick.
U.S. economic fairness and backed up with some simple logic. Why play fair if they won't?
April 2nd, 2025 will forever be remembered as the day American industry was reborn. For decades, our country has been looted, pillaged, raped, and plundered by nations near and far, both friend and foe alike. This is one of the most important days, in my opinion, in American history. It's our declaration of economic independence. Production at home will mean stronger competition and lower prices for consumers. This will be indeed the golden age of America. Trade deficits are no longer merely an economic problem. They're a national emergency that threatens our security. You see the numbers. The numbers are so disproportionate. They're so unfair. At the same time, we will establish a minimum baseline tariff of 10%. I call this kind reciprocal. To any company that objects to our common sense reciprocal tariffs, again, reciprocal, back and forth, back and forth. And I call this kind reciprocal. This is not full reciprocal. This is kind reciprocal.
So did he back down a little bit on them? Is that what he did? He backed down a little bit on the amounts.
Well, they had their own spin on Liberation Day.
This is not Liberation Day, it's Recession Day.
It could be Obliteration Day.
Big old fat tax day.
Recession Day. It's a day of chaos and cost increases. Liberation from low prices.
But is there an art to this deal? Israel is removing all tariffs on American products. Mexico won't go tit for tat with the U.S. on tariffs. And Ontario Premier Doug Ford says he is open to dropping tariffs. So we go with this one.
Liberation Day, I call it Termination Day.
I think it's fair that you have tariffs on a whole number of products.
Okay. And we'd be willing to take those off tomorrow if he took all the tariffs off. We are not the problem.
If tariffs are so bad, why do you have tariffs on the United States if they're so bad? If tariffs are so bad, why do all these countries, other countries, have tariffs? But when Donald Trump is willing to go, you're going to have tariffs on us, we're going to have tariffs on you. And suddenly tariffs are the worst thing in the world. But they weren't the worst thing in the world when you decided to implement them on us, but they're so bad when they have to be implemented upon you.
Does President Trump know that you'd be prepared to talk?
He knows, and Secretary Lutnick knows that we're willing to take these tariffs off like in the next minute if he said he's taking their tariffs off.
Right? Hey, Harold, it's good to be back around the table with all of you. So I said it before you did. Let's go to you first then, Harold. And have you missed all of
these guys, they run their mouths and talk so tough, and then they're willing to cuck immediately. And I don't know what do you think you're going to accomplish when you do that? You only make yourself look really stupid and really weak. Do you know what strength is? Strength is telling it like it is up front. Not talking a big game and then backing down and cowering when the moment finally gets there.
Look at him. So I'd say a couple things. It is good to be back. Thank you, Amanda, for the kind words. I'd say a couple things. I listened to the president today, and I am a believer that building, manufacturing, conceiving, conceptualizing, making, repairing more things in America is the best thing we can do for our country, not only for jobs, but for our national security. We got a big hint of that during COVID. There were parts of COVID that we agreed with in terms of our response. No one agreed with COVID, but the way we responded to it. And part of the response was to ensure that we wouldn't rely on foreign supply chains, largely Asian supply chains for our pharmaceuticals, to chips, be it potato chips, which I like, or semiconductor chips, which we all need. We saw a shortage of kitchen appliances being able to be produced, cars being able to be produced because we had a shortage of these chips. Joe Biden took a swipe at it and said, look, we're going to give incentives for industry to grow up here. President Trump has said, you know what, I'm going to use trade policy as a way in which to do this. And it's unclear to me how you use trade policy the way he's using it. We've certainly used tariffs in the past in a targeted way, and it has benefited our country to shield industries in our nation that were growing, that needed some help to ensure that nations wouldn't just unload mass amounts of their goods and really drown our industries out, including steel and other things. In this instance, we're talking about putting tariffs on items that we don't produce. So the challenge is, and I think we quoted some people, Senator Kennedy from Louisiana, who I agree with sometimes, I don't agree with at times. I thought he was interesting today when he was asked about tariffs. He said, in the long run, it will probably work. The problem is that in the long run, we're probably going to all be dead. So in the short term is all that matters. I think what he was trying to say in his own unique colloquial way is that we don't produce the things that we're trying to tariff against. If we produced all of these things and said, you know what, we're gonna.
I really like. I just think we talked about this a previous stream before, but it's like, I do believe that Elon Musk has taken a lot of the hate from Trump away from Trump, and I think Trump and Elon both know that. Like, they're still mad about Trump, so don't get me wrong. They're still mad. But it seems to be a lot less energy behind the anti-Trump stuff right now. And I think that's because all of their energy is into Elon. Again, they hate Trump. I know they do, but they're not as foaming at the mouth as they have been because they're putting all of that energy towards Elon right now.
To protect our industry that produces high-level, high-performing engines. We're going to protect our industry that produces all of these auto parts. That'd be one thing, but we don't have the factories in which to do it. And in order to do it, we're talking 3, 4, 5, maybe as much as 7 years. And then I was glad to hear the president talk a little bit about our workforce.
It will be my POV tonight.
Well.
I'm hosting tonight.
I hope and pray that what the president did today works. It's still unclear to me how it works. And I am prayerful and hopeful that the very people the president wants to protect the most, working class Americans who put him over the finish line, I hope that working class Americans win in the short term.
We don't rat, we take fights. We lose the same fights that they lose with fucking Vic. We just paint more. And then I'm the coster because we're losing our pay. But, it is what it is. Nick and I are both brain dead, so, we'll just... I retired from the game. I'm sick of...
Retired.
I'm over it.
I mean, I think the problem, Cap, is that Nick plays too quick and Nub plays too slow, and then the third person's going to complain because neither of them will admit the problem. That's what it seems like to the outside.
They both lack severe accountability in life. It's pathetic. They're both 30 plus years old.
This isn't out of the game issue. This is a real problem.
This is
great. Right, keep going.
Accountability, like
keep going.
In game is what I'm saying. Like they can't take accountability.
Oh my god,
that wasn't meant to be a dagger. I've told them both that. They don't take accountability.
Dude, I saw a clip of Zach absolutely cooking Ian when he wasn't even at his setup. Did you guys see that? Yeah, they were playing. It was him and Nick, Nick and Ian, and Zach was like crashing out, and Ian was just not there.
That's where it all starts. They had one night with Zach Mazer like a few weeks ago where they like super climbed, and now Nick and Nub think they're good. They got carried by a pro, and they played with him again like 2 nights ago. They didn't climb, and they tried blaming him for it. They're like, oh, he was actually costing. I'm like, you realize how insane that sounds?
Dude, playing with Apex Pros is a random tangent, but playing with Apex Pros is legitimately a night and day experience. I felt like I was doing nothing except chasing their game the whole time.
Yeah, they move so quick.
I was just chasing, like looting the dead bodies that they eventually would pass, and then just like following them, and eventually I'd catch up. Like that's all it is in Apex.
Yeah. And then when you just watch them too, like even on stream, bro, they're insane at the game.
It's fucking insane playing with them.
People drop some clips. We'll watch those after.
I think that's probably the exact name.
Oh, yeah. Pull that to the side. Thank you.
It's a good art.
Ian wasn't there. He literally left, and Zach's just like flaming him. Good entertainment.
Well,
I'm a full-time hate watcher of them now. But okay, we can move on.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we've been trying to get some ball games going, but I think those guys are crushing it.
That's awesome.
But anyway, let's get into it. We got a lot to cover today. We obviously got some matches coming up this weekend. We're into the cycle where we have 5 matches every split, so 7, so that'll be really nice. But let's talk about Season 3. The COD, it came out today. Warzone Verdansk drops tomorrow, so can't really give our thoughts on that as when this podcast comes out. So if we play a little Warzone, we'll bring it up next week. But Sam, I wanted to start with you. I know you were running on stream playing a new season. There's a couple of bugs. Just want to get your kind of general thoughts, and we'll kind of drill down from there.
Well, I ran around on the map. So Haven was the one map that I thought had some competitive viability off of the Heat map from the announcement, but it's actually a mid-season map. It didn't come out. The only 6v6 map is Barrage, and it has like, it's like your typical like World War II style like trench map. It kind of with like a beach. That's kind of how it feels. I don't think it's super great. The layout of it is just not great for competitive, so I don't think we have any viable maps up to this point from the new season. There's a bug in the game currently with sliding to prone, which I know a lot of people is like a big movement mechanic in this game, but I think it's only with hybrid or slide only. So I play on tap to slide and I don't have any problems with it, but I think it's just if you play on the other 2 inputs, I don't think you can slide to prone, which is annoying. But other than that, I don't think there's any crazy changes. I know they messed with the crouch speed as well. So there's like some more movement stuff. I think they increased the crouch speed by a decent margin. And there was one other thing that I don't remember off the top of my head, but I haven't gotten to play ranked yet because it's not out. But the Jackal, they changed the Jackal as well, but it feels kind of the same. I don't think the Jackal is anything different from the previous season, because I know they messed with like recoil and damage range, but it doesn't feel super severe. So if anything, they'll probably just change an attachment. But that's pretty much sums it up.
Have you gotten the game at all today, or?
Nah, I haven't. I wanted to hop on ranked, which is probably what I'm gonna do later. But I saw Dan Ghosty complaining about the new, the slide to prone, which Sam just touched upon. I mean, I saw him pretty much say that how are you gonna add a creative new Omni movement feature and then pretty much get rid of it by season 2, season 3. So I mean, that's ridiculous. If that is a change moving forward, we got to talk about that, because that kind of changes the dynamic of the game, Sam. I haven't played with it yet, but it looks like it changes movement pretty significantly.
I don't think it's intended, because it only impacts certain inputs when you play on slide only or hybrid as opposed to tap to slide. So I don't think it's an intentional change, or they left it on. It is an intentional change. They left it on tap to slide, but I don't know if it's intentional or not. But the issue is a lot of people play on hybrid and tap to slide, so it's going to impact a lot of people.
No, there's definitely an uproar right now, so some of the...
Benji, are you tweaking? What's going on here?
Yeah, let's go.
Oh my god.
Fix my camera.
What's this cam?
Go from homemade recipe to household name.
Do it yourself on Wix.
We drilled a little too deep.
The truth lies hidden.
This is the Nick Merckx game. This is the Ben J Thought cam.
Microwave cam. That shit was hella zoomed in on the microwave.
Yeah, I'm just trying to fix it real quick. But yeah, I mean, it seems like on the movement front, obviously there were some tweaks to it, and I'll pull this up on screen here real quick. But like, you know, it sounds like there are a few bugs, and that's to be expected, obviously. Occasionally with some season 3 stuff, but let me pull up games.
Yeah, there was a crouch speed buff. I think it was by like 40% as well from crouch to standing. So that was pretty noticeable as well.
Yeah, if you guys are curious, this is enough. And then again, it seems like some of the slide of punch stuff might be a settings bug. We'll see with the future optics or something. They kind of dive into that. But this is what happens, bro. The new season comes out. There's always some broken stuff. The pros, I believe, are not on this patch just yet.
No, they're probably gonna update. I actually don't know when they would. Maybe next week.
I don't know. Sometimes they wait till. Well, if they wait till after the split, it's gonna be 4 weeks. So
yeah, I feel like they should do it now. There's not really a good point to do it mid. I feel like you would want the most reps possible, especially with the Jackal change.
If you do after the stage, they basically get back from Florida and just like qualifiers.
Are they gonna play on this entire stage with previous patch? That'd be kind of insane.
I don't know. We should dive into that. I'm not really sure what the deal with that would be.
Damon said no ETA.
Interesting. I guess we'll find out with time what's going on there.
That's weird.
I saw you guys playing some firing range. I mean, we've always had some iffy thoughts about that map in the field, but
I think search is the only thing, and it's not even like because it's a good map. It's because like dealership is in. So I mean, firing range we've all played. We all know how it feels. So maybe there's an option there for search, but not for anything else.
All right. Well, we'll move on. We'll get more season thoughts as they kind of come in. But let's talk a little bit about, before we get into the match, we've got a couple more topics. Let's talk about the map adjustments. So the league tweeted out a little bit a while ago that some of the map we expected to come back in, Rewind is coming in on the 16 square front, and Dealership is being added as well. So that means that Vault and Skyline are both out. We've obviously seen Rewind Search get played, but outside of Sam, Chelly, or Cap, have you guys seen any Dealership Search get played at all?
I've not seen any. My bad. Go ahead, Chelly.
I just said I haven't.
Oh.
You guys know shit.
I've just heard from Sam Octane, who I trust, very reliable source, that it is a bang out.
It's insane.
Is it Skyline Vault levels of bang? Yeah. Well, Vault wasn't a super bang out, but
Vault was just one dimensional. The map is not good, in my opinion. They kind of took out Skyline and kind of replaced it with Skyline in a different color. Offense is like crazy favored. Like basically you spawn on offense, and within the first like 2 seconds you can hit a spawn nade for a B-bomb site that denies everything on defense. So you have to late hit it if you're on defense, or you get naded instantly. And then the other bomb site is just like you beat them there as well. So it's super offense favored. I doubt it's like people aren't going to feel differently about watching Dealership as opposed to Skyline. It might genuinely be worse, but it's just different, which I don't know if like is a good or a bad thing, but it's just
different. Different makes it good for about a month, at least for viewers. Players are gonna they're gonna have an opinion, probably negative on a map like that.
Yeah,
but for viewers, different's good for at least a month.
But I would say that it's like severely offensive sided.
Well, I guess we'll see, because I kind of expect. I mean, so Skyline and Vault are kind of anchor maps for quite a number of teams.
Yeah, Damon said it's offense is OP in scrims. So.
Yeah, I don't know. I assume we're going to see it this weekend, right? You would have to think, right?
Yeah, because there's teams that had like Skyline Search in their bag, so I'm sure people are going to want to try to figure out if it's a plus or a minus in their map pool. So I'm sure we'll see it a fair amount.
Cool. Well, I guess we'll cover that when we get our thoughts afterwards. Sam, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to knock on YouTube Church.
Sure.
And Chelly, you're live too right now?
Yeah.
Sure. David says it stinks.
That's all that does.
No.
But does it stink?
Good cat.
Not a great map. It's Skyline 2.0. But I don't know. I'm kind of okay with that. Just as something different. Do you guys like the league making changes? Ben and I had this conversation yesterday. You guys, I guess you were there too, Cap, but just like for the podcast, do you guys like the league making changes by themselves?
I think you were preaching it, that the players should have some input, but not the ability to decide.
Yeah.
They should be able to come to the league with like, okay, here are the pros and cons of this map versus this map. But if you let the players vote, then that's going to become just super biased. Because then the league, Spence or Boy can go through their feedback and determine what's biased and like what's actually good feedback.
Yeah.
The pure vote is gays.
Yeah, I think it's great. I'm happy about it.
Yeah, I knocked the church touch. I agree with Cap. I think the league's made the rewind decision. I'm glad that they've unwound, no pun intended, because the bang-up maps they got rid of. It's just, I think we're seeing, unfortunately, this year, there's just no depth to search map. So hopefully someone comes in, mid this season that we can bring in from Major 4 champs in EWC and at least salvage 3 events of having at least like 40 matches included.
Yeah, Damon said it's fine until something gets replaced by something bad. So that's what happened with Rewind, I think. But like I was making the point yesterday when we were talking about it that I love the league just making decisions, but they kind of had both sides of it now. Because Ben, you brought up that they were trying to like overcorrect.
Yeah.
Because they changed the map pool in stage 1 when they removed Rewind.
Yeah.
And nobody liked the change. Like there was a lot of like bias, and obviously some people liked it, some people didn't. But I think not, if the players not having a vote incentivizes them way more to give the league as much information as possible, because they don't have the power to sway the decision at all. All they have is the information that they can provide. So like if they're for the map change or against it, they have to like actually do their due diligence and like do their homework on the map. And I think that that's a much better outcome than the players voting on any decision at all involving map pool, because it just removes bias entirely.
I agree. They just gotta make the right decisions,
Yeah, there just has to be a good like 75-25 from the league and the players to actually make good decisions going forward. Because I think like this system right now with the maps and the way that they're doing it is correct, in my opinion.
Anyone else got thoughts before we move on?
I mean, I can't believe they just put dealership in there. It's kind of what it sounds like.
Yeah, they did.
This isn't going to last.